Hello everyone, very good evening and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. Welcome to our discussion on international relations. Today is the first class for international relations. Over the next 14 classes, we shall be covering this important and interesting subject. Now, before we begin, please let me know in the comments if I am audible and if the video is clearly visible. Please let me know. Great. Everything looks good. So let's begin with the first module for international relations. Today, being the first introductory class, I will be introducing you to the syllabus for international relations. I'll explain the importance of the subject and also the sources that you need to refer for your preparation. This will be my initial discussion. Once we cover this, we shall discuss few introductory concepts. I'll try to cover some very important concepts for international relations, which will lay the foundation for your other topics, which we are going to cover in the coming days. So let's begin today's discussion by first taking a look at the syllabus that has been prescribed by UPSC. I'm sure many of you would know that IR is a part of your GS paper 2 according to the mains syllabus given by UPSC. In GS paper 2, after Indian polity, governance, and social justice, at the end, we have these topics which have been given by UPSC. So this section in GS paper 2 refers to international relations. Now, what do you mean by international relations? It's the relations of India with other countries. Essentially, we study India's foreign policy in complete detail. India's foreign relations with our neighbors, with important global powers, and also with important international organizations. That is the reason why this subject becomes very, very interesting. Trust me, it's a very dynamic subject. Of course, there is a static part involved. Since it's largely a mains oriented subject, there is a static part. There are some basic concepts. You should also be aware of the historical background with regard to most of the topics. So this covers the static portion of the syllabus, where we discuss some essential concepts along with the historical background of each topic. But along with the static part, the subject is heavily inspired by current affairs. This is what makes IR very dynamic as a subject. So in these classes, I shall be covering not just the concepts and the historical background, but we shall also discuss some latest developments in India's foreign relations. Is that clear? Since it is predominantly a main subject, we will focus more on the analysis part. I'll make it an elaborate discussion. Instead of just focusing on facts, right, we will focus more on analysis and building opinions and thoughts. Because if you have to write good answers in mains, you should develop an in-depth understanding of these topics. You should be in a position to present your own opinions and thoughts on India's foreign policy. Without that, you cannot score well in mains in any subject. The same applies for IR as well. So in all the classes, I'll be having elaborate discussions on these important topics where the focus will be on analysis. Of course, the facts are important. The facts will come in, but it's predominantly a mains oriented subject, and hence the discussions will also be analytical. So in your mains, you can expect 4 direct questions in GS paper 2. You will get around 2, sometimes 3 10-mark questions and 2 or 3 15-mark questions. But on an average, you'll definitely get 4 questions, but it can increase to 5 or 6 questions as well. But the best part about IR is that its relevance is not just limited to GS paper 2. Now, whatever we study here will help you in your prelims. It will help in your mains. in other GS papers as well. It could be helpful for your essay paper as well. Is that clear? There are many important facts we will be discussing as far as our foreign relations are concerned. So you can expect prelims questions from here. If you analyze the previous question papers, the prelims question papers from 2011 to 2023, you will see that IR has been a very important subject. In some good years, we have got up to 13, 14 questions in prelims from IR. For example, if you look at 2023 prelims paper and also the last year's prelims paper, we had around 12 to 14 questions from IR. That is the importance of this subject. Sometimes it can become as important as polity, history, or geography. But some years, we have got 0 questions from IR. Some years, we have got around 4, 5, or 6, or 8 questions. So the number of questions keep varying. Of course, prelims is a very dynamic paper. UPSC will not follow the same pattern. The number of questions might vary, but there are years where we have got 10 to 14 questions. I would say on an average, you can expect a good 8 questions from international relations in your prelims. Now, that is a very important component of your prelims exam. Other than that, IR is linked with other subjects in your mains. It is a multidisciplinary subject. It is closely connected with history and geography, especially post-independence history and geography. It is linked with polity, economy, internal security, even science and technology, etc. Even in environment and ecology, whatever we study here can be directly helpful, even in science and tech. There are many overlapping topics. For example, advancement in the field of artificial intelligence, 5G networks, is relevant for IR and as well as for science and technology. Then the topic of climate change, right, and the global convention that we have is related to environment ecology and as well as to international relations. Similarly, land boundary agreements that we signed with Bangladesh is linked with polity. There are several topics in economy that are connected with international relations. Foreign trade, issues related to WTO, right? Export-import policies, our trade pattern with some important trading partners. They're all economy-related topics, but linked with IR. But internal security is one subject which has a very, very big overlap with IR. Is that clear? I'll show you the syllabus for internal security as well while discussing the syllabus for international relations. You will see how many topics overlap and how closely they are connected. So whatever we study here in this subject will directly help you in answering many more questions in the other subjects as well. You can even expect an entire essay topic from international relations. Maybe a broad question on India's foreign policy, the changes that have happened in India's foreign policy in the last few years. Maybe a question on United Nations and UN reforms. Maybe a question on India's soft power diplomacy. So you can expect a 125 mark essay topic in your essay paper as well. So this clearly explains how important this subject is. There's no way you can neglect or ignore it. And trust me, it's not a dull or boring subject. It's very interesting, very dynamic, because it's largely based on current affairs and recent developments. So in these classes, I'll ensure that we'll cover all the important topics as comprehensively as possible. So please ensure that you attend all the classes. Because starting from today, we have made a change in our policy. I think you guys have been notified as well. But anyways, let me remind you. The recorded lectures will be available. The recorded sessions will be available only for 7 days starting from today. Previously, recorded sessions could be accessed anytime, but we noticed a very disturbing trend. Many students were not attending the classes, right? because we understand it affects your discipline, it affects your punctuality. When you know that classes are available for recorded, right, you tend to skip classes, you're not regular. This affects your preparation. So for your well-being, we are ensuring that the recordings will be available only for 7 days, not more than that. Trust me, this is more than enough, because we want you guys to attend the classes. Sometimes you might miss a class due to unavoidable circumstances. That is fine. That is when you make use of the recordings. Maybe for some extra clarity when you're revising, that is when you need recorded sessions, not permanently. This is inducing complacency in the students, and you can't afford that in this competitive exam. So we are going to limit the availability of recordings for 7 days, for 1 week after the class. All right. So please attend all the classes and ensure that you are attentive in the class. Now, let's see what kind of topics we will cover under this subject. According to the syllabus, the first topic mentioned is India and its neighborhood relations, which means we will focus on the South Asia region. We will be discussing our ties with our neighboring countries like Pakistan, China, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal and Bhutan, then Maldives, Myanmar. So all these countries would be covered in detail. It's a very, very important part of our syllabus. In fact, we will spend maximum time on India and its neighborhood, because this is what lays the foundation for India's foreign policy. It gives you a strong footing in international relations. Once we complete all the neighboring countries in detail, then we shall take a look at our bilateral relations with some major powers. We shall also look at some important groupings and organizations and institutions as prescribed by UPSC. Is that clear? There are many regional groupings, global and international organizations. So those of which are relevant for IR, we will be discussing them and focusing on their structure and mandate. All right. We shall also include discussions on the policies and politics of other countries, of developed and developing nations, on India's interests. Sometimes the policies of other countries can affect India. For example, the visa policy of US, the border policy of China, the defense policy of Russia, right? So the policies of these countries, other developed and developing nations, could affect India's interests. So we should focus on such topics as well. And we're also expected to focus on the role of Indian diaspora, that is the Indian community abroad, right? We have millions of students, workers who are settled in other countries. They are contributing to India's foreign policy in many ways. So we need to understand the role played by the Indian diaspora in contributing to India's foreign policy. So broadly, these are the topics prescribed by UPSC. Is that clear? Now, let me show you the syllabus from internal security, because there is a big overlap. There are many topics which are directly linked. Internal security is part of your GS paper 3. After economy, disaster management, science and tech, environment, ecology, finally you have internal security in GS paper 3. In this subject as well, there are many topics that are directly connected with international relations. For example, the topic of extremism and terrorism, the topic of state and non-state actors and their role in creating security challenges for India, how foreign or external state actors, government agencies, foreign government agencies, and foreign non-state elements, how they can create security problems for India. The topic of social media and the internet and other communication networks, and how they can be misused by foreign elements to create security problems. The misuse of social media, the misuse of the internet to create security challenges. This topic is directly linked with IR. The topic of cybersecurity and money laundering is also connected to IR, right? You have cyber warfare, cyber espionage, which is linked to cybersecurity. Money laundering is connected to organized crime and terrorism, right? We have countries that are state sponsors of terrorism, like Pakistan. Our neighbor Pakistan is known as a state sponsor of Pakistan, a state sponsor of terrorism, because Pakistani state agencies such as the ISI, which is Pakistan's Foreign Intelligence Agency, is known to support several non-state actors, such as terrorist organizations against India. Right? So Pakistan plays a role in creating security problems for India, along with waging cyber war and enabling financing of terrorism, right? And enabling organized crime such as drug trafficking, arms trafficking. So all these topics that you study in internal security will overlap with international relations as well. Even the topic of border management, the security threats in border areas, the smuggling of goods, smuggling of drugs and weapons into India from across the border, these links between organized criminal groups and terrorist organizations. So all these topics that we study in internal security is inevitably connected with international relations. So that's why I told you, please pay attention to this subject. Once we cover the subject in detail, it will help you understand many other topics linked with other subjects as well. Understood? So as a subject, it is extremely relevant for your mains. It is very relevant for your prelims, and you can even expect essay topics in your essay paper. So that explains the importance, the significance of international relations. Now, let me explain the approach that I will be taking in the class. You just saw the syllabus given by UPSC. There are 4 broad topics that are given. But in a classroom, that is not the right approach to take. Right? UPSC has mentioned India and its neighborhood, bilateral relations, regional global groupings, policies of other countries, Indian diaspora, and international organizations. So what I'll be doing is that I'll club all those topics together and will slightly adopt a different approach. We'll be adopting a region-based approach to cover the syllabus. We will cover the same topics, but in a slightly different order. Since international relations is heavily influenced by geography, right? A region-based approach is the best approach, according to me, to simplify international relations. So what I'll be doing is that first we will focus on the South Asia region and cover all the neighbors of India. Is that clear? First, we'll start with South Asia to cover all the neighboring countries. And here itself, I will discuss the important groupings, the role of Indian diaspora, and the policies of some of these countries which could affect India. Right? All these topics that UPSC has given, I'll try to cover that under the South Asia region itself. Now, for example, when we are talking about India, Sri Lanka, right? So there we can discuss the policies of Sri Lanka, how it might affect India. If we are talking about, let's say, Nepal, we can talk about the Indian community in Nepal and how they contribute to India's foreign policy, right? So under each region, there itself, we will cover the groupings, the role of Indian diaspora, and the impact of policies of those countries on India. So that we will have a more comprehensive understanding of that particular region. Once we complete South Asia, that is the neighborhood of India, then we shall take a look at other regions such as Indian Ocean region. This will be my next focus, along with a discussion on East Africa. We'll take a look at the broad Indian Ocean region and East Africa. We'll cover some important countries in this region. Next, we will focus on Southeast Asia and East Asia and cover the Indo-Pacific region. Understood? We will shift our attention eastwards. We will look at the Southeast and East Asia region and discuss the broad Indo-Pacific region, including some important countries like Japan and Australia. So the difference here is that with regard to the neighborhood topic, that is South Asia topic. There we have to look at the relationship in complete detail. We have to cover all the neighboring countries, right? From Afghanistan to Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Myanmar, China, Nepal, and Bhutan, and Bangladesh. All the 8 neighboring countries have to be covered, that too in detail. We have to study the historical civilizational relationship. We have to study the relationship during colonial period and how relations developed post independence. We have to look at the entire history, how relations have developed in the last 70 odd years, and then discuss the current developments. Understood? So when we are discussing the neighborhood, we are going in depth. We will be taking more time. Whereas when we come to other regions, you don't have to cover every single country. See, there are almost 196 countries in the world. UPSC is not expecting you to study all the countries. It is impossible as well, as far as the examination is concerned. The neighborhood is extremely important because whatever happens in our neighboring countries will immediately affect India. The economic crisis in Sri Lanka will affect our economy. The political security crisis in Pakistan will immediately affect India's stability. So that is why all the neighboring countries are important and we spend more time on that particular region. But we don't have to do that in other regions. When we look at Indian Ocean or Southeast Asia, East Africa, what I will do is I will explain the broad approach of India towards the region. What is our policy towards that entire region? What priorities do we have? Based on that, we will discuss few important countries. Like for example, if you are looking at Southeast Asia and East Asia, you don't have to study all the countries. We will pick some important countries like Vietnam, Australia, as far as the Pacific region is concerned, right? And Japan, as far as East Asia is concerned. So in every region, I will be picking some important countries based on India's priorities. By looking at India's foreign policy priorities in the last 2 decades, I have chosen some important countries in every region which is relevant for the exam. So first we'll understand our broad approach and priorities towards the region, and then we will study few select important countries. Then and there, I'll discuss all the regional groupings as well. In each region, we shall cover the important groupings of that region. For example, when we are studying South Asia, we'll have a discussion on SAARC, BIMSTEC, etc. When we are looking at Indian Ocean region, we will cover groupings like IORA, Indian Ocean Commission, etc. When we come to Southeast and East Asia and the Indo-Pacific, we will cover ASEAN, East Asia Summit, the Quad. So all those groupings relevant to that region will be discussed then and there, so that you don't have to do this separately. All right? So there itself we'll discuss the policies of these countries, how it affects India. We'll discuss the role of Indian diaspora wherever needed. So this is the region-based approach I will be taking. After this, we shall take a look at West Asia, a very, very important region, also known as the Middle East or the Gulf. So we'll understand India's approach to West Asia, what priorities we have, and we'll select some important countries like Israel, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates, right? So these are the important countries. We don't have to study all the countries in West Asia. We'll understand our priorities and approach to the whole region and then pick some important countries. We shall also cover the role of the Indian diaspora and the important groupings of West Asia. We have groupings like Gulf Cooperation Organization. We have the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, right? These are groupings based out of West Asia. So we shall discuss them then and there. Next, we will move to Central Asia. We'll understand our approach towards Central Asia and cover all the groupings based out of Central Asia, especially the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So this completes our immediate neighborhood. After finishing our neighboring countries, we'll cover our extended neighborhood as well. We refer to these regions as the extended neighborhood of India. If South Asia is our immediate neighborhood, right? South Asia is our immediate neighborhood because this is where India is located. So, with those countries with whom we share land borders, maritime borders, they are our immediate neighbors. So, along with covering our immediate neighborhood, we shall also cover the extended neighborhood, that is West Asia, Southeast Asia, the larger Indo Pacific, and Central Asia as well. Once we cover all these regions and important countries and groupings, then we shall pay attention to Europe, especially the European Union. We shall also take a look at the big global powers, that is Russia and United States. All right. So this should be more than sufficient. We will cover our focus towards Africa under Indian Ocean itself. So by adopting this region-based approach, we will be covering most of the important regions from an examination point of view. It will also help us cover all the important countries along with important groupings. Finally, we will have a discussion on the United Nations. As part of the syllabus for international organizations, we will focus on the UN and the need for UN reforms. So this essentially will complete our syllabus. Is that clear? When it comes to other specialized organizations like World Bank, WTO, IMF, they are all organizations specific to economy. Without your basics in economy, you can't cover those organizations. So let's leave those for Indian economy. Similarly, there are few conventions and treaties related to environment ecology, right? Of course, we will touch upon the topic of climate change, but will not get into the specifics of climate change convention. That is for environment and ecology. Here we will focus on those groupings and organizations which are relevant for geopolitics, which are relevant for India's foreign policy. So groupings like BIMSTEC, SCO, BRICS, the United Nations, all these groupings and organizations will be discussed along with the important countries. Is that clear? So this is the broad approach I'll be adopting to cover the syllabus for IR. Now coming to your reading material, the sources, what do you need to cover the subject? The base material will be the class PPTs that are being shared with you. I've kept the PPTs as detailed as possible. It contains most of the relevant points along with some maps and images. Apart from that, I want you guys to concentrate in class. Listen to what I'm discussing. Make notes. Keep a separate book for IR and make short notes as and when I'm discussing. There will be many important points and analysis that I'll be bringing up in the discussion, which is not there in your PPT, right? Obviously, everything can't be in the PPT itself. Then what's the point of having the class, right? PPT will contain most of the relevant points. The skeletal structure will be there. But in the class, we will be discussing several key topics, bringing out analysis. So that is where you write down the key points. Wherever needed, I'll slow down. I'll repeat the points if necessary. I'll mark some important points as well, so you can make your own short notes. There is no substitute for this. Don't ask me to dictate notes. We are not in primary school, right? Dictating notes will not help. Trust me, it will not work for this exam. This exam is oriented towards analytical thought. Unless and until you understand the concepts and present your own opinions, your own analysis, you will not get good marks. So there's no point in by-hearting someone else's notes and simply reproducing them, right? This exam does not reward rote memory learning. This exam does not reward memory-based mugging up. Mugging up will not work in this exam. So that's why don't rely on dictation. Don't rely on given notes. Please use the PPTs for your basic skeletal framework, and in the class make short notes, and this will become your foundational material or your basic reading material. Along with that, go with any basic book for your reference reading. I would suggest go for a book written by Rajiv Sikri or VP Dutt. It's a very popular standard book available in the market, right? Only if necessary, if you want additional background, go for one such book. or stick to the material given by us in the class and the textbook given by us. This is only for your reference reading. Just to read some additional points to get some insight and background, you can prefer one such book. It is more than enough. Is that clear? Read it like a novel, read it like a storybook, mark some key points. That should be more than enough. But the class PPTs and the short notes you are going to make, that will be your basic reading material. So this will cover the static and the dynamic portion as well. But IR is so dynamic that the subject keeps changing every single day. Now, what we discuss today might become outdated tomorrow. For example, today I might tell you that Afghanistan is under the control of Taliban. You never know what will happen next week in Afghanistan. Today I might tell you that Myanmar is under military rule. You never know what will happen next month, right? Democracy might be restored. Things might change on the ground. The subject is so dynamic. It keeps changing every single day. So in the class, I will ensure that whatever we study is as up to date as possible. But after the classes end, this is where you focus on current affairs. Is that clear? Current affairs is crucial for this entire exam, for all the subjects, and especially for IR. So rely on the weekly webinars that we provide every Tuesday and Thursday. Watch the daily Hindu news analysis on our YouTube channel, right? And read a newspaper on your own as well, preferably the Hindu and Indian Express. They cover all the key topics in IR on a regular basis. We provide you detailed discussion and analysis through our webinars and through our Hindu analysis. Is that clear? So this is where you pick up many other groupings and organizations. See, there are so many groupings and organizations that it is impossible to cover them in class. It's impossible to cover all the groupings and organizations for the exam, right? There are at least around 100 plus groupings and organizations in the world. There are at least 200 treaties and conventions in the world. Now, can you sit and read everything? No. It's impossible. And it's not necessary as well for the exam. So what do? You pick up those groupings, organizations, treaties, and conventions which are in news. Now, you might ask me, sir, what about other groupings like UNESCO? What about organizations like International Maritime Organization, right? This is the topic that you study from current affairs, not in the static classes, right? Because we would be wasting our time. We would be getting distracted from the core topics. So that is where we draw a distinction. There are certain groupings and institutions and treaties and conventions which are relevant only if they are in news. So those topics that are in news in the last 1 to 1.5 years, that becomes relevant for the exam. So we will cover this in detail in our webinars and in our Hindu analysis. Is that clear? Even in the comprehensive news analysis that we provide, all the topics will be covered. So focus on current affairs to pick up these organizations, treaties, and conventions. Understood? Don't try to cover all of them. It is not necessary. I will cover some relevant ones in the class, like BRICS, SCO, BIMSTEC, UN. Those are relevant for IR. We'll cover them under the static part itself. But there are many more organizations and institutions and treaties. It is impossible to cover all of them, and you don't need all of them for the exam. Only those which are in news in the last 1 to 1.5 years, or let's say 2 years, they become relevant, and we will cover them in our current affairs. Got it? So that is why I'm saying read the newspapers regularly. One paper at least, Hindu or Indian Express, both are equally good. Watch our weekly webinars, watch the daily Hindu analysis, and also visit some basic websites. Make it a habit. Visit the website of Ministry of External Affairs and follow the MEA on all social media platforms. The MEA is the nodal ministry for India's foreign policy, right? So visit MEA's website, navigate through the website. There you will find actually a lot of information which is relevant for the exam. Spend some time, maybe spend 20 minutes a week, 30 minutes a week on MEA's website. Just go through the different tabs that are listed and navigate through the website. And if you find any relevant information, try to make notes from that. Follow MEA on social media, maybe on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter, right? Because that will give you updates, all the updates regarding upcoming summits, upcoming foreign visits. They're all covered. Constant updates are given by MEA on social media, right? So that keeps you on track. It helps you know what is happening in India's foreign policy. So follow them on social media, visit their website, and follow a couple of think tanks. Think tanks are research institutions. They are academic institutions that conduct in-depth research in the field of foreign policy and related domains. There are two important think tanks. One is ORF, Observer Research Foundation. Observer Research Foundation, or ORF. It's a private think tank based out of Delhi, but it is partially sponsored by the Ministry of External Affairs, and it also works closely with the Defense Ministry as well. You might have heard of a popular event called Raisina Dialogue. It's an annual conference or a symposium which is organized by ORF. The Raisina Dialogue is India's premier diplomatic event where foreign dignitaries, foreign diplomats, foreign leaders, military officers, intelligence officers, strategic experts, they're all invited for this conference to discuss issues related to geopolitics. Is that clear? So ORF organizes the Raisina Dialogue, and it conducts in-depth research in the field of foreign policy, national security, etc. So visit their website, follow them on social media. They will bring out these expert articles. Every week, try and read maybe one or two articles. You don't have to read every article. Again, that becomes too much. Just one or two articles in your free time, right? One article will take 10 to 15 minutes. In a week, spare some 15 minutes or 30 minutes on these websites. Try and read one or two articles that will give you a lot of information along with analysis. Because former diplomats, experts, they work for these institutions. Top academicians in India work for such institutions. So their thought process, their writings will give you valuable information. It will help you shape your opinion and thought, which you can directly use in your answers. Is that clear? We also have one more think tank known as IDSA or IDSA, the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. It is sponsored by the Defense Ministry. Again, it's based out of Delhi. It focuses on defense and security issues along with geopolitics. It is named after Manohar Parrikar, the former defense minister. So this is another important think tank in India apart from ORF. So both of them, they bring a lot of important research articles and expert opinions. So please visit their website, follow them on social media, and try and read at least one or two articles per week. That is more than enough. Got it? You can even watch Diplomatic Dispatch, which is a great show that is hosted on Sunset TV. Before we had India's World on Rajya Sabha TV, on RSTV, but now we don't have RSTV, right? Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha TVs were merged with Sunset TV. So follow Sunset TV on their YouTube channel. So there, a former Indian diplomat, he plays the host for this show called Diplomatic Dispatch. Is that clear? So please try and watch some of these episodes because they bring former diplomats and strategic experts and they discuss key foreign policy issues. These are 20, 30-minute episodes. You'll not be wasting your time as well. Maybe try and catch up on the weekly episodes that come, right? One episode per week. That again gives you a lot of insight into Indian foreign policy. It improves your thinking, your thought process, and it helps you frame your own opinions. Is that clear? So this is the material that you need. Trust me, it is not too much because this is all current affairs related. You don't have to do this every day. Newspaper is something you do every day. Visiting websites or reading an article on a website, this is something you do on a weekly basis or a fortnightly basis. Daily follow the newspapers. Ensure that you use the class PPTs and class notes as your basic reading material, and maybe one reference book. This is more than enough. Don't rely on too many books. Never ever do that mistake. I've seen many students, right? They listen to every teacher, every mentor, every aspirant. They keep purchasing books after books. They will simply build a library, right? No one will sit and read so many books. Even if they read, no one can remember and recollect everything. So minimize your material. Keep your reading material as minimal as possible and focus on multiple revisions. That is always more helpful. It is better to read the same book and material 10 times than reading 10 different books once. Is that clear? That is how you improve retention, right? Many students have asked, sir, I read last week, but I don't remember, right? I attended the classes, but I don't recollect. That's because you haven't revised. If you revise multiple times, 4 5 times, there is no way you can forget the key points, right? It comes with practice. It's not a 1 day effort, it's not a 1 month effort, it's a year-long effort. It's like a marathon. So keep your reading material minimal. The PPTs, the short notes, maybe one basic book, and some current affairs notes. That is it. You don't have to do anything else. Is that clear? So this is the basic introduction I wanted to give as far as the syllabus and reading material is concerned. I hope this clarifies most of your doubts and questions. I spent 30 40 minutes on this because I know many students who are beginners, who are freshers, they find this to be very, very challenging. So I'm hoping that this discussion was helpful to put you on the right path. Right before we start with the class, it's very important to take the right path, the right journey. So if you have any questions, let me know. But please ensure questions are limited to the syllabus and reading material, because that is what we have covered right now. Then we'll start with the basic concepts. Then you will get a chance to ask other questions as well. So don't deviate from what we have discussed. Based on the syllabus and the sources, if you have any questions or doubts, please let me know. I'll spend 5 minutes in answering all your questions. I see that a couple of students are asking, are maps important? Yes, maps are extremely important. In the PPT as well, wherever needed, I've added the relevant maps. And I also suggest that keep an atlas with you. Keep an atlas with you, or if you're comfortable with Google Maps, even that is enough. You have to mark some important locations, because in prelims, there have been many map based questions that are asked by UPSC. Later, we will see some PYQs, right? After a few classes, we will take a look at some previous year questions. So there you will see that a number of prelims questions are based on geography. They are based on places that are in news. And also, to understand geopolitics, it's very important to be familiar with the geography of a place. So please keep an atlas with you, mark the key locations and important locations that I'll be discussing. If you're comfortable with Google Maps, even that will work. Drop a pin, save that for reference. So map reading is an essential skill for IR. So that is why even in the PPTs, you will find plenty of maps for your reference. But an atlas will always be helpful. Whatever region we cover, try to spend some time on the atlas, open those maps, take a look at the physical geographical features, identify key cities, important mountains, passes, rivers and seas and straits, gulfs. So such locations are very critical because geography defines international politics. The geography of a place plays a direct role in international relations. So become familiar with the geography of a place by using maps. Is that clear? That's very important. Atharv is asking, should we draw the maps in mains? Will it contribute to gaining good marks? See, if the question requires you to draw a map, it's always good. But even if you don't draw a map, you can still score well. It's not a mandatory thing to draw a map in the mains answer. Maybe you don't have enough time. If you have time and if it is relevant for the question being asked, draw a rough map. It's always a added point. It's like a brownie point, which might fetch you some additional marks. But don't make it a compulsory thing. Don't make it a compulsion that you have to draw a map for every question. Don't do that. If the question requires that, and if you're comfortable with drawing a rough map, please go ahead. It's always a value addition. Santosh is asking, sir, the Baiju book is enough for reference? Yes, it's more than enough. It's just one reading that you have to do. Read it like a novel, like a story book. Or if you want another book, there are plenty of good books in the market as well, like the one written by Rajiv Sikri. I'm recommending this because Rajiv Sikri is a former diplomat, a retired IFS officer. He has written a book on strategic challenges and thinking in India. It's available everywhere on all e-commerce platforms, on Amazon, Flipkart, or even in all bookshops. Right? Rajiv Sikri has written this great book on Indian foreign policy. Very simple, hardly 200, 250 pages. Or even the book by VP Dutt on India's foreign policy. Right? It's up to you. One book is enough. Either the standard textbook given by us or one such reference book from the market. You read it like a storybook or a novel once. It will take 3-4 days to complete. Mark some key points, because that will give you the background. It will give you that context, right? But if you don't have time, or let's say you don't understand that, don't do it. You can skip the book as well. It's not mandatory. But reference reading might be helpful to some students. So please go ahead. One book, one reading. Please mark the key points. Read it like a storybook. Anushka is asking, is it important to make notes for current affairs based on IR, or can we remember? See, you can remember current affairs for 1 month or 2 months. Can you remember the current affairs for 1 year, 2 years? That is the question. So it is always good to make some notes. Again, keep a separate book for current affairs, maybe subject-wise book for IR and for other subjects. Whatever you read in newspapers, whatever you listen to in the webinars, right, in the Hindu analysis, just write down the key points. It's always good to have subject-based current affairs, to have subject-wise current affairs notes, because later, 5-6 months down the line, when you have these subject-wise current affairs notes, it will become easier for you to revise. And the more you revise, the more you remember, and the better you will do in the exam. So it's always good to make current affairs notes, but keep it short and concise, and preferably have a separate book for each subject. Anything else? Gurjeet is asking, Hindu analysis with the magazine is sufficient for current affairs. The Hindu analysis, the monthly magazine that we provide, and weekly webinars, that is sufficient. Is that clear? Daily Hindu analysis, weekly webinars on Tuesday and Thursday, and monthly magazine for monthly revision. This is more than enough. Ragini is asking, from these lectures, can we cover few topics for optional PSIR as well? Yes, definitely yes. Because your optional subject, PSIR, Political Science and International Relations, is linked with IR in GS. Is that clear? So in political science, there are many theories. Some of the theories we study here as well, wherever necessary. And in international relations, in your optional, right, more or less, it's the same syllabus. But please remember, your GS and your optional are very, very different. Topics might be the same, but the way you approach, the way you study, and the way you write answers are entirely different for your general studies and for your optional. Please remember, your general studies is up to 10th or 12th level. UPSC makes it very clear in the notification that GS subjects, they are expecting you a common man's knowledge, right? Or maybe slightly above that. But in your optional, it is of honors level. Optional subjects, they are of honors level, meaning it's between your graduation and post-graduation. So it's like getting a degree in that subject. So the difficulty level and the knowledge level expected in your optional is between your graduation and post-graduation. Whereas in general studies, the name itself tells you it is general studies. Any common person can read and understand these topics, right? So the way you approach them, the way you write answers will be different. But other than that, the topics are pretty much the same. In PSIR, you will study India's foreign policy. You will study India's neighborhood, our relations with big countries, the United Nations. So all these topics, whatever I discuss, will be applicable. I would say around 30% of your PSIR syllabus gets covered, but you have to do a little more. There you have to link your political science theories with IR. You have to take the theories from paper 1, the thoughts from thinkers, their theories, and link that with international relations. Right? That is necessary in your optional, but you don't do that in your GS. In GS, it's a very general discussion, a very common uh, understanding is what is expected. All right. So definitely it will help you. Around 30% of your IR syllabus gets covered through your general studies IR. Sakshi is asking, I'm going to attempt in 2026. Should I start making notes for current affairs now? It's always good to start with your current affairs notes and preparation, right? Doesn't matter when you're giving the exam. You might give it next year, 2025, 2026. The more you prepare in a very organized manner, things will become simpler for you. Because see, there are many topics in current affairs which keep repeating or which keep building up. So the more background you have, the more context you have, those topics will become more simpler for you. So even if you're preparing for 2025 or 2026, go ahead and make your current affairs notes. That's the basic step in your UPSC preparation. Aniket is asking, Pax Indica by Shashi Tharoor, is it a good book, sir? It is a great book, but not needed for UPSC. Pax Indica by Shashi Tharoor is a wonderful book. There are many more books on IR and India's foreign policy, but they're not needed for the exam. Don't do it. See, if you're interested, if it's a hobby for you, let's say you're excited about the subject or book reading is a hobby for you, please go ahead, spend some time on that, right? But don't read it for the exam. Don't read it for IR. Not necessary. It's too much for your exam. Keep it simple. This is a competitive exam. Your focus is on understanding the subject, writing the best answers, and cracking the exam, right? If it's a hobby, if you have time, please read other books. But for the exam, if you're asking, not necessary. Don't pick up these books which are not needed for the examination. Any NCRTs for IR? No, not needed. You don't need NCRTs for IR. There is a political science book on from NCRT, not too helpful. Just stick to what I have given. That's more than enough. Vishnu is asking, sir, in Baiju's book, there are so many countries, but you're discussing only few countries. See, that's because the classes are more tuned to your examination, right? In the class, we will focus on what topics can come, what kind of questions can come. UPSC will largely focus on the developments of last 1.5 to 2 years. I told you, right? You don't have to sit and read the relations of India with 30, 40 countries. It is impossible to cover. Even if you take 2 years, you can't finish international relations. This is a master's subject. You can do a doctorate in this if you want, right? You can sit and study all the countries if you want. But what is our focus? To do the best possible in the exam. For that, we have to strategize. We have to look at previous questions, look at the syllabus given, and based on that, identify the trends and patterns. So in the class, we will pick the best possible topics for you, the best countries that are needed, the important developments in IR, right? That's what we do in every subject. In books, you will find plenty of additional material. I'm not saying that is waste. That might also be needed, but this is more relevant for the exam. Got it? Devansh has a valid point. Can we read only those portions from the book which are in current affairs? Yes, that is one way of approaching your standard book. Those topics that are in news, those topics we are covering here, read them first from the book. Then, if you have extra time, read the other topics as well from the book. All right. So, guys, these were some of the questions. Now, without wasting any further time, let's begin with the next part of our discussion. I'll be starting with few basic concepts today. All right, as an introductory class, I'll help you understand some basic concepts. This again lays the foundation for international relations. All right, so let's begin with some important terminologies. There are a number of important terms that we keep using in IR. Terms like foreign policy, diplomacy, geopolitics, right? Or even international relations. What exactly is international relations? What is foreign policy? Right? These are some basic definitions that you should be familiar with. Tomorrow, if someone asks you, what is India's foreign policy? Or why should India have a foreign policy? Why should any country, any government, why should they have a foreign policy? Why should they have a separate ministry for foreign policy? What's the need? So you should be in a position to answer such basic questions as well, right? These are basics, these are fundamentals. So let's understand what is foreign policy. Why is it necessary? I've given you a standard definition, but let me explain this in my own words so you get a better understanding of what is foreign policy. Foreign policy is essentially a tool that is available to the government. It's a tool in the hands of the government to protect and promote the national interests of the country. You can write down this definition. Again, don't mug it up. Don't memorize these definitions. Don't try to reproduce the same. Write it in your own words. It's an instrument, it's a tool that's available to the government of the day through which we conduct our foreign relations, through which we maintain relations with other countries, with our neighbors and big powers and groupings and organizations. By maintaining these relations, we are seeking to protect and promote our national interests. See, every country will have a set of self-interests, which we refer to as national interests of the country. Now, see, even we individuals have some self-interests, right? For example, I want to clear this exam. I want to become an IAS officer. I want to serve the society. I want to become rich, influential, right? Those are your self-interests. Similarly, a nation also has certain self-interests to ensure the stability of the country, to ensure the growth of the nation, to protect the country against threats, to project our image, to promote our international standing. The country, as a nation, as a state, will have certain self-interests, which we refer to as national interests. So, to protect and promote these national interests, the government uses foreign policy as a tool or as an instrument. Is that clear? So, the government of India uses its foreign policy, and through the Ministry of External Affairs, which is the nodal ministry for running India's foreign policy, it is protecting and promoting India's national interests. That is the purpose of foreign policy. Is that clear? It's a very simple, straightforward explanation. It's an instrument or a tool available for the government through which we protect and promote our national interests. Clear? Now, let us understand what is IR. What is international relations? See, IR can be seen as both a theoretical field and also a practical field. You have IR in theory as well, IR in practice as well. All right? Right now, what we are doing here, this is IR in theory. It is an academic discipline. Understood? When you study the foreign policy of our country and study our foreign relations with other countries, you are engaging in an academic exercise within the field of political science, where you're analyzing and studying geopolitics, or you're studying the country's foreign policy and its foreign relations with others. So this classroom right now, it's a theoretical class in IR. We are studying India's national interests. We will study India's foreign policy, our ties with other countries, right? So we are engaging in an academic exercise as teachers, as students. We are studying, analyzing the foreign policy of India, our relations with other countries. So essentially, this is a theoretical exercise within the field of political science. That's why you have this optional PSIR, political science and international relations. You study political science theories and apply them in international relations. You study foreign policies of different countries and compare them, right? You study India's ties with US approach towards China. You understand how UN works, what conflicts we have with Pakistan and China. This academic exercise, theoretical exercise in a classroom, which includes academic research as well, is a field of political science known as international relations. But there are those who practice foreign policy in real life. This is nothing but your diplomacy. There are those who engage in international relations as part of their career, as part of their profession, right? So international relations can be in practice as well. It's not just a theoretical exercise where we simply study, discuss, debate. It's also about conducting the foreign relations of the country, negotiating with others, maintaining friendly relations with others, sending warnings to our enemies, to our rivals, right? This is foreign policy in practice. And this art and practice of conducting negotiations, maintaining those foreign relations, is diplomacy, which is done by your diplomats. Got it? I'll repeat the point. As a teacher and as students, we are engaging in an academic theoretical exercise within the field of political science, where we are studying foreign policy of India and its foreign relations and comparing it with foreign policies of other countries, understanding the geopolitics of the world. So this theoretical exercise is also international relations. But there are those who practice it in real life. There are those who conduct our foreign policy, maintain foreign relations with others. How do you maintain any relationship? By talking, by negotiating, by expressing your concerns, your demands, by striking deals and agreements. Correct? That is how you maintain any relationship. The same applies for two countries as well. Is that clear? So this art and practice of conducting those diplomatic negotiations is called diplomacy. This is IR in practice. This is the practical side of IR. So your diplomats, especially your career diplomats, so those from the IFS, Indian Foreign Service, they are the career diplomats. They have chosen foreign service as their career. They are professional diplomats trained to conduct India's foreign policy, to represent India and protect India's interests. So they are sent to other countries as ambassadors, high commissioners. They are deployed in Indian embassies, high commissions, and consulates. So they conduct the foreign relations of India. They practice IR. They not just study IR like us, they practice IR as well. Now, if you guys ensure you crack the exam and become IFS officers, you will also get to practice IR in the future, right? You will be representing the country as a diplomat. You will be studying IR and practicing IR and engaging in the art and practice of negotiations. You will be protecting our national interests as the country's representative. So along with career diplomats, even temporary diplomats like the Prime Minister, the President, the Vice President, Chief Ministers, Cabinet Ministers, even MPs, they're all your temporary diplomats when they represent India officially. Anyone who represents the country in an official capacity becomes a diplomat. All right? Don't assume that only IFS officers are the diplomats of the country. They are career diplomats. That is their profession, right? They are professional diplomats who have chosen diplomacy as their career. There are temporary diplomats who come and go. So anyone who represents the nation, like Prime Minister Modi, visits foreign countries, attends international summits. He's representing India in his official capacity, right? Elected MPs, cabinet ministers, even chief ministers of states, president, vice president of India, when they are representing the country officially and conducting negotiations on India's behalf, even they become diplomats for the time being. Is that clear? That's a broad definition. But a narrow definition refers only to career diplomats like IFS officers who have chosen diplomacy as their career. So they practice international relations by conducting India's foreign policy. I hope with this you have understood some basic terminologies, some very important terms like foreign policy, international relations, and diplomacy, and who are diplomats. Now, before I proceed further, I will explain the national interests of India. We'll have a discussion on that. Before we discuss the national interests of India, I want to discuss another important term, that is geopolitics. I'm sure many of you would have heard about the term, right? Even when you read newspapers, current affairs, you keep coming across this term known as geopolitics. In the class itself, I've already used the term many times. So, what is geopolitics? How do you define it? Geopolitics is the influence of geography on the politics of a place. It is as simple as that. How geography of a given region, of a given country, of a given place, how it influences the politics of that place. That is geopolitics. When I say geography, I'm referring to both human geography and physical geography of that place. So the human geography of a given country and the physical geography of a given country can influence the politics of that country, which also includes the international relations of that country. So the study of this is called geopolitics. When you study and understand how geography of a place can impact international relations, you are engaging in the study of geopolitics. Is that clear? Some of you might be a little surprised. How can geography influence international relations? Right? Let me give you an example. Let's take an example so that it becomes easier for you to understand. Now, let's say there is a country A and country B. All right? Country A is landlocked. Its physical geography is such that it is landlocked. I hope you understand what's a landlocked country. It means it is surrounded by land on all the sides. It does not have any direct opening to the sea. So it's a landlocked nation. And there's another country which is open to the sea and has major seaports. Now, can you tell me which of these countries has the potential to become a vibrant and strong economy? Based on this limited information I have given, can you guys tell me in the comments which country can become more successful? Is it A or B? Very good. Majority of you are getting the right answer. Of course, it's country B. Because being landlocked in today's globalized world is a limitation. If a country does not have direct access to sea, if it does not have its own seaports, its trade will be limited. It will be difficult for the country to procure natural resources. Its imports and exports will be affected. Its domestic economy will be affected. These landlocked countries have to depend on the neighboring countries for accessing the sea. So they should have friendly ties with the neighboring countries, or else no one will allow them to use their territory to reach the sea. So to carry out exports and imports and to trade with the rest of the world, they have to maintain good relations with neighbors, which means they are under obligation. There is a weakness for country A. It cannot offend its neighbors at any cost. And the neighbors might exploit this. They might use this leverage to extract from country A. Country A becomes obligated, dependent on its neighboring countries in order to access the sea and to support its economy. Because, of course, eventually, the economic strength of a country is linked to its foreign policy standing, right? Your international relations is defined by your economy as well, your domestic economic growth. Whereas country B, which has open access to the sea with multiple seaports located strategically, it can easily trade with the rest of the world. It can build naval bases as well to patrol and dominate the sea waters and the oceans, and thus it can protect its economic and security interests. So country B will likely be more stronger as an economy and as a power compared to country A in this example. All right. So geography of a place is playing a direct role in determining the politics and the international relations of that place. The physical geography is playing a direct role. Now take a real example. Compare Afghanistan with India. Using the same geographical characteristic, compare India and Afghanistan or India and Nepal. Afghanistan and Nepal both are landlocked countries. One of the reasons as to why these countries are poor, why they are backward, is because they are landlocked countries. They don't have access to the sea. They are dependent on their neighboring countries. India, on the other hand, is a thriving, vibrant economy because we can trade freely with the rest of the world. We have access to the open seas. Of course, it's not the only reason. There are landlocked countries which are very successful as well. Is that clear? There are countries with access to sea which are poor and backward as well. So it's not the only criteria, but it's one of the most important criteria. So physical geography of a place influences its politics and international relations. So similarly, the presence of rivers, mountains, passes, straits, gulfs, deserts, forests, essentially all your physical geographical elements, they influence the politics and the international relations of that country. So physical geography plays a direct role. Similarly, human geography plays a direct role. When I say human geography, I'm referring to demographics of the population. It could be ethnicity, how many ethnic groups are present in a country, how many religions are present, what is the literacy level, the gender ratio, what is the linguistic profile of that country. All these human geography elements also play a direct role in influencing international relations. For example, in a country, let's say there are two major religions and there is a communal divide between two religions. There is a history of riots and conflicts and communal polarization. Now, those issues definitely affects the politics of that country and the international relations of that country. Take Sri Lanka, for example, right? Sri Lanka has been devastated by the ethnic war. The civil war Sri Lanka witnessed is primarily an ethnic conflict between the Sinhala Buddhist majority and the Tamil minorities. So it was an ethno-communal linguistic conflict where the Sinhalese were largely Buddhists, speaking the Sinhalese language, who were in majority, who oppressed the Tamil minorities, right, who spoke the Tamil language. So Sri Lanka's politics, its international relations, has been directly influenced by the divide between the Sinhala Buddhist majority and the Tamil minorities. The Rohingya crisis in Myanmar is essentially an ethno-communal conflict, right? India's communal divide, India's caste divide, it influences our foreign policy as well. The linguistic divide in the country influences our foreign policy. So it could become both a blessing and a disadvantage, depending on how it works in that country. So these Human geography factors related to demographics play a direct role in influencing foreign policy of that country. Now, India has a very young population, right? Today, we have become the world's most populous country. We overtook China as well, right? We have 140 plus crore people in the country, and a majority of them are youth. So, this positive demographic dividend will drive India's economic growth for the next 30, 40 years. We are going to witness, no matter what, rapid economic growth in India, where India will emerge as a strong economy. A strong economy means you can have a strong military, you can project your national power, and you will gain your standing in international relations. But 70, 80 years down the line, we will deal with aging population, right? Many countries are already dealing with that problem, like Japan, European countries, Singapore, China. They're already staring at aging population where most people are in the old age category, right, which affects the country's growth, progress, and the social systems. So these internal factors, these geographical factors, they do play a direct role in influencing international relations. So the study of this is called geopolitics. When you study the impact of human geography and physical geography on the international relations of that place, that study is called geopolitics. Is that clear? Now, let me tell you something even more interesting and exciting. Once you understand geopolitics, you can manipulate geography to suit your interests. Is that clear? Again, some of you might be surprised. How can you change geography? Yes, geography can be changed. Physical geography can be changed. Human geography can be changed. And by carrying out such intervention, you can alter the politics of the place. You can alter the international relations of the place to suit your respective national interests. This is known as engaging in geopolitics or playing geopolitics. You can play with geography of a place. Many countries do that. You can do that internally within your own country to protect your own national interests. Let's say you have some physical geographical disadvantages, right? You can overcome them through right projects, right planning, and right investments. Let's say a landlocked country, right? A landlocked country can create alternate access. It can work with a friendly country and create a canal which can link the landlocked country directly with the sea. Is that clear? So you can change geography, you can work around, you can bypass the geographical limitations through strategic projects and right investments, and thus you can change the politics of the place itself. Now let's say a country like United States, a powerful country like US, it wants to meddle in one country. All it has to do is alter the human geography of that place. Let's say US wants to meddle in a country like, let's say, Syria. The US does not like the Syrian government. They want to remove the Syrian president. What will they do? They'll change the human geography. They'll alter, they'll play with human geography of Syria. They will identify the divides in Syria's society. They will back the rebels. They will identify the ethnic, communal, linguistic divides. They will back those groups who could rebel against the president and challenge the government. So countries can trigger civil wars, sponsor terrorism, promote radicalism as part of their geopolitics to weaken a country in order to protect their interests. Or a country can, let's say a country is very backward, right? It's struggling with illiteracy and various other problems. If that country invests in education, improves its literacy levels, tackles gender related issues, in the future the country will witness equitable growth. It will become a developing country and a fast growing country. So human geography can also be changed, it can be altered. Physical geography can also be changed. The challenges, the hurdles can be bypassed. So when you do that, you are engaging in geopolitics. If countries play with geography, if they are trying to alter physical geography and human geography, of their own country or another country to protect their interests, then we say that those countries are engaging in geopolitics. For example, I'll give you a relatable example. India built the Chabahar port in Iran in order to overcome a geographical limitation. Is that clear? See, India's focus was to gain access to Afghanistan and Central Asia, to have direct access to Afghanistan and Central Asia. In Afghanistan, we had a friendly government until recently, before the Taliban took over. Central Asian countries have always been very friendly to India. And these countries are blessed with immense natural resources. They were ready to share resources with India. Right? India wanted to extract those resources and bring them to India to promote trade and boost relations between the two sides. But unfortunately, the only problem was a geographical hurdle. The problem was India did not have direct land connectivity with Afghanistan and Central Asia. We had to depend on Pakistan because the India-Afghan border does not exist in reality. On paper, if you look at the official map of India, or if you look at India yearbook, right, or the political official map of India, you will see that India shares a direct border with Afghanistan. In the Gilgit-Baltistan region, above Jammu and Kashmir, you will see that India is directly connected with the Wakhan corridor of Afghanistan. It's a small, narrow land corridor in the Hindu Kush mountains that supposedly should have connected India with Afghanistan. From here, we could have directly connected with Central Asia as well. But the reality is that on the ground, we don't have this connection. Why? Because our neighbor Pakistan occupied parts of Jammu and Kashmir illegally. And since 1947, since we became independent, we don't have access to this region. Pakistan is under the illegal occupation of these parts of the erstwhile state of J&K. It has captured Gilgit-Baltistan illegally from India. So we do not have access to Wakhan corridor of Afghanistan. All right. So that is a limitation for India. It's a geographical hurdle. So what do? We can't depend on Pakistan, right? We always have tensions with the country. And we don't know if Pakistan can be trusted. Even if Pakistan gives transit access today, right, to connect India with Afghanistan via road, or to build a new project, a highway project, a railway project linking India with Afghanistan. Tomorrow, there is no guarantee that Pakistan will not cut off the access, right? So because of the problems in India-Pakistan relationship, it's not viable to link with Afghanistan and Central Asia via Pakistan. That route, again, is impossible for us. So what did India do? We geo-strategized. We came up with a geo-strategy, which is part of geopolitics itself. That is, you overcome your geographical hurdles through unique, creative strategies. You play with geography. You try and manipulate, alter the physical and human geography to suit your interests, to protect your national interests. In this given example, our national interest was to connect with Afghanistan, connect with Central Asia. Pakistan is not a reliable option. We don't have access to Wakhan corridor because Pakistan has occupied it. So the only other option was Iran. So what did India do? India invested and developed the strategic Chabahar port of Iran. So via the Chabahar port, we could directly connect with Afghanistan and then Central Asia. This was India's geostrategy. It was our strategic attempt to alter, manipulate the geography of the region to overcome our geographical hurdles so that we could directly connect with Afghanistan and Central Asia. So this is India engaging in geopolitics. It's one example of India engaging in geopolitics. Is that clear? Similarly, in Sri Lanka, India is said to have played with human geography. That's one more example. We will study this in detail under India-Sri Lanka relations. It is widely said, it's alleged, that India sponsored Tamil militants in Sri Lanka for geopolitical reasons. to gain influence over Sri Lankan government, to gain a leverage on the Sri Lankan government, which was being hostile to India. It is alleged that then Indira Gandhi government ran a covert operation to protect India's national interests by supporting and sponsoring Tamil militant groups like LTTE in Sri Lanka. So that is India playing geopolitics again, right? We exploited the ethnic divide, ethno-linguistic communal divide between Sinhala Buddhist majority and Tamil minorities. To protect our core interests, we allegedly supported and armed and completely gave support to LTTE rebels to further instigate the civil war in Sri Lanka. All right? So that is another example of altering human geography, playing with human geography to suit India's interests. So manipulating or working around human geography and physical geography is also known as geopolitics. That is in practice. You practice geopolitics, you engage in geopolitics. The study of this is also geopolitics, where you study the impact of geography of a place on its international relations. So what we do in class is the study of geopolitics. But what governments do, what foreign ministries, intelligence agencies do, is they engage in geopolitics. They play around geography. They try to alter the geographical hurdles through geostrategy in order to engage in geopolitics. So I hope this term is also clear. I've given a clean illustration, a detailed illustration with relevant examples. I'm stressing on this because UPSC might ask you a question here. There can be a 10-mark mains question. What do you understand by geopolitics? Give examples to illustrate India engaging in geopolitics. 10-mark straightforward question. You have to give the definition, explain that geopolitics is the study of impact of geography of a place on its international relations. Explain the role of human geography and physical geography, and give relevant examples to show how India engages in geopolitics. Is that clear? So this completes my small discussion on the concept of geopolitics. Now let's proceed to understand the next term, which is national interests. Let's take a quick look at what do you mean by national interests. As I told you earlier, national interests are nothing but the self-interests of a nation. Any country will have certain self-interests to sustain economic growth, to tackle poverty, to provide better education and healthcare, to protect the borders, to prevent security threats, to promote our image, our culture, right? These are some basic interests of any country, not just for India. All right. Now let's take a look at some specific examples that help us understand what are India's national interests. The first major national interest of India is to secure the defense of the country, ensure the national security of the nation, and further our strategic goals. So this means we are focused on protecting our sovereignty, our territorial integrity, dealing with security threats like terrorism or threat of war from other countries with whom we have border disputes, dealing with illegal migration, or achieving UN reforms. That's a strategic goal, right? Countering our rivals such as Pakistan and China with the help of friendly countries. All these represent defense, security, and strategic goals of India. I'm just giving some examples. So such goals are the national interests of India. Protecting our land borders, right? Pakistan has claimed our territory, occupied our territory. China has disputed our borders and occupied Indian territory as well, right? It keeps questioning our sovereignty over our own territory. So pushing back these countries and holding our ground and protecting our borders, protecting our sovereignty and integrity is a core aspect of national interest. Protecting our maritime borders, dealing with terrorism and other criminal activities which threatens our security, like drug trafficking, arms trafficking, furthering our strategic goals, becoming the top economy, at least the third top economy, entering the UN as a permanent member, building strategic ties with friendly countries to counter our rivals like Pakistan and China. Right? These are our strategic goals. So, securing the defense of the nation, promoting our national security, and pushing our strategic goals becomes a core national interest of India. This is done through our foreign policy. It's one of the top priorities under India's foreign policy. So, that is a national interest. Next, in the field of economy, to maximize trade opportunities, promote economic relations and commerce with other countries, because economy and foreign policy are directly connected. Your domestic developments, your domestic economy, right, and your social stability in the country is directly linked to your international standing. Only strong economies can have a strong foreign policy. Only strong economies can have a strong military. Only stable societies and countries where there is no law and order problem, no riots, no internal conflicts, only such countries can project power and confidence and protect their international standing. So, to protect your economy, you need stable growth, to provide for welfare for your people, to tackle poverty, hunger, to tackle educational problems, provide better health care, right? The government has to maximize economic opportunities, which means we have to maximize the trade opportunities. So, our foreign trade has to be promoted. Our exports have to be pushed. We have to find more and more markets for our exports, which will support our domestic manufacturing industry, which can support our farmers and agriculture. If through foreign policy, if we can find new markets for our agricultural produce, for our manufacturing goods, then obviously it will benefit our farmers, our industry, and it will provide for economic growth. So it's a mutual relationship. So for that, we have to find new markets, find export markets. We will need plenty of resources that we don't have. We may have to import them and secure those supplies. For example, oil, right? To ensure our energy security, we have to import crude oil, natural gas. We have to import fossil fuels. We have to import nuclear fuel because we don't have these resources. We don't have them enough, right? We have a big deficit of hydrocarbons in India. We don't have enough crude oil reserves and natural gas reserves. Almost 85% of our crude oil is met through imports. Got it? So our energy security is dependent on other countries. Even our thermal power, our electricity, right? Almost 60% of it, 58% comes from thermal power. And we don't have enough coal. We import coal from others. So securing those essential resources to power our economy is also a priority, right? We have to secure our essential imports, secure those basic supplies, maintain the supply chains to protect the essential resources needed to drive our industry, to drive our economic growth. For example, we need supplies of lithium, cobalt to drive the future technologies, to drive electric vehicles, to drive the electrification of various industries, right? To promote advances in battery technology. Lithium, cobalt, rare earth minerals, they become critical. And we don't have enough of them, so we rely on other markets. We have to procure them. So through foreign policy, we have to secure those interests. Then we have to promote our commerce, our economic relations, to remove the barriers to trade. When it comes to trading with another country, there will be many barriers. There will be tax related barriers, tariff barriers, where taxes are very high, maybe high import duties, high custom duties. There could be non-tariff barriers, Non-tax related barriers like no connectivity or issues related to visa, where your traders, merchants, businessmen, they're not able to travel to other countries to promote the economic relationship, right? Stringent immigration and visa policy can be a non-tariff barrier. Lack of border connectivity, lack of connectivity through land, sea, and air can hamper your trade. These are barriers to trade along with high tariffs. So you need to reduce your tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers, and maybe we can sign free trade agreements or FTAs to promote trade and economic relations. So this is a core national interest. Finding export markets, securing essential imports and supplies, creating resilient supply chains, removing or reducing barriers to trade, and signing free trade agreements with some key partners to drive our economic relations. Is that clear? That is a national interest. Then projecting our soft power. See, in foreign policy and also with regard to military and strategic uh, power engagement, a country projects two types of power. Any country, right, including India, they will rely on two kinds of power to project their influence. One is hard power, the other is soft power. When I say hard power, it refers to the use of military strength and economic strength to punish another country or coerce or threaten another country. So, such diplomacy, such foreign and military policy is known as hard power engagement. It's called hard power diplomacy. You're using your military strength, your economic strength to punish a country, to threaten a country, to target a country. You're forcing them, coercing them to change their behavior to suit your interests. Such diplomacy is called hard power diplomacy. So, going to war, carrying out surgical strikes, imposing economic sanctions, imposing economic blockades, all these are examples of hard power diplomacy, where you're using your military and economic strength to threaten others, punish others, and coerce others. For example, US invasion of Afghanistan, India's surgical strikes against Pakistan, US economic sanctions against Iran, Russia, China. All right? All these are examples of hard power diplomacy, where you're coercing the other country, forcing them to change their behavior using your military and economic strength. But all the time, you can't engage in hard power. That will not win you friends. When you're forcing someone else to change their behavior, when you're threatening them, punishing them, retaliating against them, you can't win friends. So, hard power is needed, but that can't be the only driver of diplomacy. Along with hard power, you need soft power engagement. You need to win goodwill. You need to gain trust and build friendships. You need to cultivate influence, project and promote that influence in order to protect your interests. All right? So, this is called soft power diplomacy, where you are providing investments, providing funds and aid to countries which are affected or which are poor, which are backward. You take up infrastructure projects, or you leverage your cultural heritage. You rely on your civilizational assets and promote them in your foreign policy to gain influence. This is an example of soft power diplomacy. For example, using yoga or dance or music or food or sports to gain influence in another country, right? India promotes classical dance forms, classical music. We promote Indian movies, right? Bollywood movies, Indian movies in general have a wide audience around the world. Not just now, since 1960s, since 1950s, right? Indian movies, Indian music has had a huge audience. Then classical dance form, classical music, Indian food, several sports, and even yoga, alternate medicine like Ayush. They are all cultural symbols of India. Even the religions rooted in India, right? Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Sikhism, they all form a natural connect. So when you leverage these civilizational tools, these cultural tools, or provide investments and aid and assistance to other countries, execute projects for other countries, you are helping them. You're gaining their trust. You're assisting them, right? You're gaining goodwill and positive influence through which you are seeking to protect your interests. For example, India providing HADR support to Nepal during an earthquake. In 2015, there was a major earthquake in Nepal. To help Nepal, we provided disaster management assistance, which is known as HADR assistance. HADR stands for Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Relief. As India is a specialist country in disaster management, we provide assistance to other countries, known as HADR assistance. We have given this support to Myanmar, to Mozambique, to Sri Lanka, to Maldives. Many countries are helped out by India during times of disasters. Recently, when Turkey was hit by a major earthquake, right, we sent assistance to Turkey and Syria, right? This is HADR support to gain goodwill, to generate a positive opinion about India. We promote our cultural forms, art forms. We promote our civilizational heritage. We try to connect Buddhist sites in India with Nepal and Sri Lanka. We try to attract Buddhist tourists from across Asian countries. We try to connect our Islamic heritage with West Asian countries. We try to connect our Hindu heritage with Nepal and Sri Lanka. All these are examples of soft power diplomacy. Is that clear? And any good foreign policy will be a mix of the two. A good foreign policy needs a mix of hard power and soft power. You can't just rely on hard power all the time. At the same time, you can't always rely on soft power as well. Sometimes you may have to threaten certain countries. You may have to punish them if they are not behaving and if they are threatening your defense and integrity and sovereignty. Right? So, a good foreign policy requires a mix of hard power and soft power. That is exactly what India does. Or any country for that matter. They rely on a mix of hard power and soft power tools to project their influence. Wherever needed, they use their military strength and economic strength to threaten others and coerce others. But most of the times, they prefer to engage in soft power diplomacy to propagate their core cultural and civilizational assets and values. Right? So, this is a priority national interest for India. That's why we promote our cultural art forms. That's why we engage with Indian communities abroad. Right? We promote Indian dance, Indian movies. Bollywood is very popular. Right? Of late, Indian movies in general have gained a lot of global acceptance. We leverage the civilizational heritage as well, right? The religious connection, the ancient trade routes and trade links. We tap into all these cultural assets to promote our influence. So, this is a core national interest. Got it? Next, exporting an ideological agenda can also be a national interest. Countries might promote a certain ideology through their foreign policy. For example, supporting democracy or supporting communism, right? That becomes a core foreign policy interest for certain countries like US, European countries, India. We have always supported democratic traditions and democratic principles. India is more subtle, but US has been more aggressive about it, right? They try to change authoritarian governments. They even go to war for the sake of it. Like US, for example, has gone to war to topple authoritarian regimes to install democracy. India supports transition to democracy. We support in their elections. We share our expertise in conducting elections. We help them in framing constitution, in strengthening their judiciary, their parliament, right? So India shares its knowledge and experience with others, with other new democracies, to help them transition to a full-fledged democracy. We have helped Nepal, we have helped Afghanistan, we have helped many African countries in their transition to democracy, right? So promoting ideological agenda, exporting an ideology, can also be a national interest. For example, during the Cold War between 1950s to 1991, the world was divided between two superpowers, US and Soviet Union. US represented democracy and capitalism as a political economic model. Soviet Union represented communism and socialism as a political economic model. So after the Second World War, a geopolitical rivalry emerged between the two major powers, US and Soviet Union, and they started forming their allies. They started attracting allies, and they started forming blocks, power blocks, which had divided the world, right? All the democratic capitalist countries on one side, like US, European countries. European countries were the allies of US. Australia, Japan, Canada, all these democracies and capitalist economies aligned with the US. Whereas communist socialist countries like China, several Eurasian countries, they all aligned with Soviet Union, creating two superpower blocks. So when the world was divided between two ideologies, India championed a new ideology known as non-aligned movement. Then Prime Minister Nehru championed this ideology called non-alignment, and we established a third neutral ideology to calm the tensions that had gripped the world. These nuclear powers were coming to the brink of conflict because of the Cold War rivalry. US and Soviet Union and their allies, they were engaging in covert proxy wars targeting each other. They came very close to the brink of a nuclear war. So at this crucial point, India promoted a new ideology, and we exported this as well through our foreign policy. That is non-alignment. India aligned with like-minded countries such as Indonesia, Egypt, Ghana, and the former country of Yugoslavia. So with these like-minded countries, India championed a new vision, a new ideology called non-alignment, right? And it remained relevant for many years. Today, non-alignment may not be very relevant, but during the Cold War, non-aligned ideology was very, very vital in reducing tensions and in creating a third ideology to, to move away from this path that US and Soviet Union had created. So promoting this ideology becomes a national interest in your foreign policy. Next, you use foreign policy to create more space and options in international forums, especially in multilateral institutions, in multilateral bodies where multiple countries are members, like UN, World Bank, Non-Proliferation Treaty, etc. You use your foreign policy to negotiate, to bargain, to create support for your stand, and protect your interests at these multilateral platforms. So at WTO, at Climate Change Convention, at all these multilateral organizations, international organizations, you see a divide, especially between developed countries and developing countries. Developed countries push for a settlement which suits their interests, and this might affect developing nations and poor countries and underdeveloped countries. So quite often, India has been forced to stand up against developed nations and also act as a representative of all other developing nations, underdeveloped and poor countries. So through your diplomacy, through your foreign policy, you have to negotiate with others, create those space and options at multilateral forums to protect your core interests, to ensure you don't make concessions that could compromise your interests. For example, at WTO, if you don't negotiate well, if you don't get enough support on your side, developed countries might impose their economic policies on us. They might push for more open markets, which could destroy our domestic industry, our domestic agriculture. It could affect our subsidies, thus affecting our farmers. So we have to negotiate hard, increase our bargaining power by creating our own space, by bringing like-minded countries together. Similarly, at Climate Change Convention, right? We have to negotiate hard to ensure that developed countries which have polluted more, which have released more greenhouse gas emissions, they take up more responsibilities. Right? You would have studied about historical emissions and historical responsibilities. So to ensure that developed countries take up more responsibility, you have to negotiate hard at Climate Change Convention. For that, we need more support from other developing and underdeveloped nations, which have not contributed much to climate change. Our emissions has been very less compared to industrialized developed countries. So putting across this opinion and getting it included in the final agreement becomes very challenging. That is why you have to create space and options through your foreign policy. That is a national interest. We are seeking membership for various organizations, export control regimes. We want reforms of the United Nations, reforms of the World Bank, right? So this requires hard diplomacy. We need support for that. So creating those space and options is a national interest. And finally, another national interest is ensuring the well-being of the Indian diaspora. The Indian community abroad plays a critical role in foreign policy. They act as our cultural ambassadors. In almost every country, there is a very strong Indian community today, from US to Australia, from Kenya to Sudan, right? From Egypt to Saudi Arabia, from Japan to UK, even in Brazil, even in small countries like Fiji, then Mauritius, in the Caribbean. So around the world, there is a strong Indian community, right? Some have settled centuries ago, some have moved recently, some are students, some are professional workers, some are semi-skilled or unskilled workers, right? So there is a strong Indian community in most of the countries. So we have to engage with them because they are acting as our cultural ambassadors. They are promoting Indian culture, tradition, our food, our music, our art form, all right, our cultural religious beliefs as well. So the Indian community is acting as a cultural ambassador of India, projecting our soft power on India's behalf. The Indian diaspora can become influential, and hence they can give us leverage over foreign governments, over foreign societies, and political parties, through which we can shape favorable opinion to suit India's interests. Today we have people of Indian origin who are head of states and head of governments, right? There are multiple countries, at least 3 if I'm not wrong, including United Kingdom, where people of Indian origin, right, are heading the country, like Rishi Sunak in UK. There are 2 more countries. Please find out which are those 2 countries where people of Indian origin are heading the countries, heading the governments. There are Indians in key positions, like Kamala Harris, right? She's the Vice President of the United States. There are senators, congressmen, MPs, top politicians, ministers who are of Indian origin. In the Canadian government, right? There are Indians. In the US government, there are Indians in the bureaucracy, in their military, in their foreign policy establishment, across various government departments. In other countries, there are Indians who are very successful entrepreneurs. In West Asia, in Africa, there are Indian businessmen who are running very successful businesses and they are very, very influential with the local community and with the foreign governments. So we can work with them and use their influence to shape favorable opinion for India. They help in exerting positive pressure, in exerting influence on those governments, on those societies. So they not only act as cultural ambassadors, but they're acting as tools, as agents of Indian foreign policy. They're also sending remittances back to their families in India. Do you know that India has started receiving more than $100 billion per year in remittances, in inward bound remittances? This is the money our diaspora is sending back to their families in India, right? This increases our forex reserves. It plays a critical role in bridging our current account deficit. India has overtaken China to become the world's largest recipient of remittances. 2 years ago, we overtook China as well. And today, India is getting the world's biggest share of remittances, and it has crossed the $100 billion mark. It increases our forex reserves and plays a crucial role in bridging our current account deficit. And also, the Indian diaspora might face safety and well being issues. They might get caught in conflicts. They might be caught in countries with civil war or terrorism. They might be in a country where there are natural disasters. They might face visa related issues. They might get arrested. So, ensuring their safety and well being becomes the responsibility of the Indian government. This is not charity done by the Indian government, right? In fact, there were many who passed opinions when India rescued Indians from Ukraine, from Sudan, from Niger, right, and from other conflict zones. They said, why are they going to these countries? Why should India spend so much in rescuing them? This is not charity done by the Indian government. Please note that, right? The government is not doing anyone a favor. It's simply a responsibility because the diaspora is contributing immensely to our foreign policy and economy. They are sending more than $100 billion in remittances, acting as our cultural ambassadors, giving us influence in foreign countries. So it's a basic duty of any government which is in power to rescue Indians when they are trapped in conflict zones. It could be Yemen, it could be Lebanon, it could be Libya, it could be Sudan, right? It could be Ukraine, right? We have a history of rescuing Indians, that too in very large numbers, right? Or there could be countries witnessing civil war or disasters. So wherever Indians are trapped, it becomes an obligation for India to rescue them safely and bring them back, to evacuate them essentially. They might face visa related issues, right? Indian students might find it hard to enter a country or to find a job or to get social security in a country, right? So India has to negotiate with those governments, make it easier, simplify the visa immigration rules, simplify the norms for Indian students, Indian workers, protect the Indian workers, especially the semi skilled workers, right? Ensure they have insurance, they have access to all the facilities, they're taken care of, they're not abused in foreign countries. And if they face arrest or judicial proceedings, we have to provide them consular support, right? So all these facilities have to be extended by the government, and this is also a national interest, right? It's a basic responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of the Indian diaspora because the community is contributing immensely to our economy and to our foreign policy. So these are broadly the national interests of India: securing the defense of the country, pushing our strategic goals, maximizing trade and economic opportunities, projecting soft power along with hard power, creating space and options at multilateral forums, ensuring the safety well-being of the diaspora and leveraging them in our foreign policy, and as well as exporting any ideological agenda. All these are national interests of India. Now, before we take a short break, I have one last point to make. We will take a 15 minutes break right now. But before that, one last point. Now, who defines the national interests? The exact national interest is defined by whom? It's defined by the government of the day. All right. There are some interests which are permanent, which are constant, They don't change with governments. All right, they remain even when ruling party changes. Irrespective of the ruling party's ideology, there are some policy principles, foreign policy interests of India which remains the same. They remain constant throughout. For example, the principle of strategic autonomy. This is a core foundational principle of India's foreign policy that was laid down by Prime Minister Nehru. This is the very crux of India's foreign policy. It means we follow an independent or autonomous foreign policy, which means we are not forced or guided by others in our foreign policy decisions. We don't listen to others blindly. We don't allow ourselves to become a military ally of any country. We don't join military clubs. We don't enter into military alliances. All right? We don't follow unilateral sanctions against another country. We don't simply listen to others because they are directing us, because they are ordering us to do that. So this is what you mean by an independent foreign policy. We have never followed what US is saying blindly. We have never followed blindly what Soviet Union was saying, right? We have always taken a independent path. And thanks to Prime Minister Nehru, who laid down the principle of strategic autonomy, today it has become the foundational principle of our foreign policy. This continues with various governments. Doesn't matter which party is in power, who's the prime minister. One of the core features of India's foreign policy is that it is independent, it is autonomous. It is rooted in the principle of strategic autonomy. Is that clear? So it's a permanent feature of our national interest, does not change with governments. Similarly, our commitment to democracy, right? Our stand against terrorism, our principled position on nuclear weapons. These are some consistent principles of India which have remained permanent, right? Whereas there are other national interests which are dynamic. They keep changing with changes in geopolitics, with changes in technology, changes in economy. These dynamic aspects of our national interests, they are defined by the government of the day. The government which is in power determines what are the national interests of our country. Is that clear? So national interests are a mix of static and dynamic interests. There are some permanent core interests that does not change with governments. There are certain constantly changing dynamic interests depending on geopolitics, depending on evolution in technology and economy. Is that clear? There's a very popular saying. There are no permanent friends or enemies. There are only permanent interests. It's a very popular quote in international relations. You don't have permanent friends here. Neither do we have permanent enemies. Today's enemy can become tomorrow's best friend. Today's best friend can become tomorrow's enemy. There's no guarantee regarding that. All right? Which means you have to be very pragmatic, very realistic in your foreign policy. But what you have is permanent interests. A country will always have permanent national interests. So foreign policy is always designed to achieve national interests, not to suit a friend or an enemy. Is that clear? Because you don't have permanent friends here. You don't have permanent enemies. This will keep changing. Got it? But your interests will be permanent. Protecting your country's interests will be permanent. And based on that, you design and execute your foreign policy. Is that clear? So this is where I would like to take a short break. We have covered a number of important topics. Let's take a 15 minutes break. It is 7:05 right now. Let's come back at 7:20. All right, 15 minutes break. We'll come back and resume the discussion. There are a few more concepts, and after that, we'll start with the next topic. So I'll see you at 7:20. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. Now, let's talk about India's primary area of strategic interest. It's another important concept that I want you guys to understand before we start with India's neighborhood relations. By now, you have understood basic definitions like geopolitics, foreign policy, national interests. We have understood hard power and soft power. We understood India's priorities in foreign policy. We even spoke about the principle of strategic autonomy. So, as part of this discussion on basic concepts, India's primary area of strategic interest is also equally important. In our foreign policy, we have defined a priority area. Essentially, it is a region of focus. It is the focus region in our foreign policy. By using important geographical locations around India, we have defined a primary area of strategic interest where India's foreign policy and all the other stakeholders will prioritize their focus as far as this region is concerned. Now, a country like India, we cannot have global focus as of now, right? We are not the United States. A powerful country like US can have a global focus because it has the resources, it has the military assets, it has the diplomatic strength to project power and influence around the world. That is why US has a global area of interest. US can deploy its armed forces in Atlantic Ocean, in Pacific Ocean, in the Indian Ocean. It has a very strong diplomatic influence all around the world, in almost every country. So global powers like US can afford to have a large area of interest, a global area of interest. But developing emerging economies like India, where we have a constrained budget, limited military resources, limited diplomatic resources, we have to optimize and prioritize our resources. So we need to provide a guide to our foreign ministry, to our armed forces, to our intelligence agencies, and also to our scientific agencies as to where we should focus more, where should we prioritize our assets and resources. So to do that, India has broadly defined a primary area of strategic interest. This primary area, the focus area, it lies between the Strait of Hormuz, located to the west of India, to the Strait of Malacca, located to the east of India. These two straits have been identified as geographical pointers to mark the primary area of interest for India. It's not exact point, but it's a rough estimation that this is the rough region around which where India should give maximum priority and maximum focus. I'll explain why these two straits have been chosen and why the region around it is the most critical for India. Now, if you look at Strait of Hormuz, you can see here in this map, the Strait of Hormuz is a strategic choke point, just like Malacca Strait. Both Malacca Strait and Hormuz Strait, they are choke points, meaning they are very narrow openings, very narrow water bodies connecting two larger water bodies, that is the Persian Gulf with Gulf of Oman and further with Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. The Hormuz Strait sits at a strategically important location. This is where most of your oil exporting countries are present. All the major West Asian powers like Iran, Kuwait, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman. These are the major oil producing and oil exporting countries. As I explained earlier, India's energy security is dependent on oil and gas imports. Almost 85% of our crude oil requirement is met through imports. And 60% of those supplies comes from the Gulf region. That is the Persian Gulf. So all these major oil producing countries, they send their oil shipments via the Persian Gulf into the Hormuz Strait. And these ships carrying oil and gas, they further reach Arabian Sea and Indian Ocean. The Hormuz Strait is such a narrow opening, it's a narrow water opening. It runs the risk of being blocked or being choked because the region is volatile. There are geopolitical tensions. There's a possibility of a war breaking out. The region is affected by civil wars and terrorism. There are multiple terror groups operating in the region. Many powers here, like Saudi Arabia, Iran, Qatar, they're all involved in covert wars against each other. They sponsor radical groups, terror groups against each other to destabilize the other country. In such a volatile region, there is a high risk of such choke points being blockaded. There are high tensions between Iran and Israel, US and Iran, right? At any time, a war might break out between them. Until recently, Iran, Saudi Arabia were arch rivals. Even now, they are rivals, but recently they have struck a peace deal through which some normalcy has been restored in their relationship. But otherwise, Iran being a Shia power, it has intense rivalry with Sunni powers led by Saudi Arabia, UAE, and the others. So there is a sectarian divide between Shia countries and Sunni countries. So because of all these tensions, there might be a situation where Hormuz Strait might be blocked, right? Either US Navy or Iranian forces or any other country's intelligence or armed forces. They might cause problems and blockade this path, which could affect oil shipments. It will disrupt the global oil market, and countries like India will be the most affected as we are import dependent. So, since our economy and national security is tied to Hormuz Strait and its stability, we have identified this choke point as a reference point for our primary area of strategic interest. It means all the countries around this region are critical for India. Similarly, the Malacca Strait, which is sandwiched between Singapore and Indonesia, it is a critical choke point. It is a vital maritime choke point that connects Indian Ocean with the Pacific Ocean. The Andaman Sea near Andaman Nicobar Islands is connected with South China Sea through the Malacca Strait. It is the preferred shipping route, and a large part of global trade and global oil shipments pass through Malacca Strait. A large part of India's export and import passes through Malacca Strait. And this again is a narrow opening, a narrow connection that links the Indian Ocean with the Pacific Ocean. So there are many threats present here. China itself is a threat. Even US, they have strong military presence. There are many maritime disputes in South China Sea. So if there is an escalation leading to tensions or conflicts and war, a powerful navy can blockade Malacca Strait, which can block shipments, thus crippling the global economy and global trade. Even India has a very strong military presence at the opening of Malacca Strait at Andaman Nicobar Islands. Our Andaman Nicobar Islands, they are located right at the opening of Malacca Strait. We have a tri-service military command at Andaman Nicobar, where the Navy, Air Force, and Army, they function under a single unified command. And we also have the military assets required to block Malacca Strait if necessary to put pressure on China. Just like India, even China is heavily dependent on Malacca Strait. Even China imports most of its oil and gas. So there are geopolitical tensions and rivalries near Malacca Strait as well, and hence it is a choke point. So India has identified these two choke points as reference points to define our primary area of strategic interest. So roughly the region around it, the entire region that you see here in the map, this is our focus area, our primary focus area. All right, this includes the Indian Ocean region. It includes East Africa. It includes West Asia. It also includes Central Asia. then Southeast Asia. These are the priority regions for India, the extended neighborhood of India, the regions present right next to South Asia. So Central Asia, West Asia, East Africa, Indian Ocean region, Southeast Asia, they become priority areas for India. Roughly a region of 5,000 kilometers around India is the top focus of India. Is that clear? So this is the primary area of strategic interest that lies between Hormuz Strait and Malacca Strait. Have you ever wondered why the Navik satellite system has a range of 5,000 kilometers around India? Have you ever wondered why Agni 5 ballistic missile has a range of around 5,000 kilometers? It's because they have been developed by keeping in mind the primary area of interest of India. So organizations like ISRO, DRDO, the armed forces of India, all three armed forces, Navy, Air Force, the Army, even the Coast Guard, right? Our intelligence agencies, the Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Defense, they all prioritize this region in their planning and resource allocation. As far as their planning and resource allocation, that is budgetary allocation and asset deployment is concerned, they will prioritize this region first. Now, DRDO did not try to develop an intercontinental ballistic missile first. It didn't try to develop a missile which can strike targets 10,000, 12,000 kilometers away. It slowly built up from Agni 1 to Agni 3, 4, 5. Right? We gradually reached a range where we could strike targets with 5,000 kilometers radius around India. The Navik satellite system, the regional navigation system that ISRO has deployed, it has 7 constellation of satellites in orbit, providing navigational information, positioning information around this region, around 5,000 kilometers roughly, right? So this is the priority focus for us, the top focus for India. So this helps in better planning and better optimization of resources. So in our foreign policy as well, these countries receive the topmost priority. So our relations with our neighboring countries is extremely important than our ties with countries outside of this region. Our relations with West Asia, with island countries in Indian Ocean, like Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, our ties with Southeast Asia, ties with Central Asia are extremely important for us. And also note that any adverse development in this region will immediately impact India's interests. Compared to a war in Europe, a war in West Asia is likely to have a bigger impact on India. A disaster in Africa or Southeast Asia will have a bigger impact on India than a disaster in Latin America, right? Because this is where we are located. The geographical proximity plays a role. So economic crisis in Sri Lanka, political crisis in Myanmar, instability in West Asia, right? The backwardness of Africa, they all have a direct and immediate impact on India. The adverse developments, they will spill over in the region and it will affect Indian interests. It will disrupt shipments in the region. It could create more challenges related to organized crime, terrorism, extremism, right? So any such instability in the region will have a direct impact and an immediate impact on India. So these are the reasons why we have broadly defined a primary area of strategic interest, so that our government agencies, all the stakeholders, they know which region to focus, which region to prioritize in their budget, in their planning. Got it? Now, let me explain the foreign policy decision-making structure in India. It's another basic concept. You should be familiar with the institutions involved in foreign policy making. You should know those who play a critical role, a decision-making role in our foreign policy. This is roughly the depiction of the organization chart, the organization structure, which plays a key role in our foreign policy making. The Ministry of External Affairs is, of course, the nodal ministry. It is the designated ministry to lead and conduct our foreign policy, to frame our foreign policy. It is headed by the External Affairs Minister, a cabinet rank minister, and the minister is assisted by a foreign secretary who is from the IFS. The Foreign Secretary of India is the secretary to the Ministry of External Affairs. So he or she from the IFS becomes the official lead of the ministry, right? The Foreign Secretary would be the highest ranked IFS officer in the country, guiding and advising the foreign minister on all foreign policy matters. So, on a day to day basis, our foreign policy is run and implemented through the Ministry of External Affairs under the direction, under the leadership of the foreign minister and the foreign secretary. So, the MEA has its headquarters in Delhi, but it has a global presence through its embassies, high commissions, and consulates, which have been set up around the world in multiple countries. India has embassies, high commissions, and consulates around the world in several countries. So they are the Indian missions abroad. Through these Indian missions abroad, career diplomats, IFS officers who are stationed in these embassies, high commissions, and consulates, they coordinate with the headquarters in Delhi of MEA and run and implement India's foreign policy under the leadership of the foreign minister and the foreign secretary. All right? But it's not just MEA which plays a role. Apart from MEA, there are many other stakeholders, beginning with the Prime Minister's office and the Prime Minister himself. In fact, the big foreign policy decisions are made directly by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister of India plays a critical role, a direct role in India's foreign policy. This is true since the days of Nehru till the days of Prime Minister Modi. Every Prime Minister has played an important role in contributing to Indian foreign policy. From Nehru to Lal Bahadur Shastri to Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, right? Then all the Prime Ministers, Narasimha Rao, then I.K. Gujral, Manmohan Singh, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and Prime Minister Modi. All the Prime Ministers have played a critical role, and their personal traits, their personal character will directly reflect in our foreign policy choices and foreign policy decisions. Is that clear? So, in many ways, our foreign policy is led and directed by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister plays a very important role. The big strategic decisions, the big policy decisions, India's approach towards other countries and critical issues is directly led by the PMO and personally by the Prime Minister. This is true since 1947 till now. Is that clear? So the PM is assisted by various stakeholders. The MEA provides critical inputs, the foreign minister, foreign secretary, right, and the Indian missions abroad. They provide key inputs to the government. Then research and analysis wing, India's premier foreign intelligence agency, right? Or it's called RAW or RAW, stands for Research and Analysis Wing, which is India's external intelligence agency. So India's intelligence agencies like RAW play a critical role in collecting intelligence, that is classified information that drives decision making. Is that clear? Along with RAW, other intelligence agencies also play a role. Even Intelligence Bureau, NTRO, even the armed forces, even they provide critical inputs when necessary to guide India's foreign policy. RAW has a global presence, just like MEA. right? RAW will deploy its assets, that is its officers abroad. Many work under diplomatic cover. They are deployed as diplomats. That's a undercover role which is given to them. They change their identity. They are deployed in Indian embassies, high commissions, and consulates to run India's intelligence operations abroad, to collect secret information, classified information, to run covert operations, to develop assets in foreign governments, in foreign security services, so we can collect classified information and intelligence which will be crucial in foreign policy decision making. The armed forces, IB, NTRO, and other intelligence agencies also play a very important role in providing intelligence inputs. Is that clear? Then we also have National Security Council, headed by the National Security Advisor, the NSA. The NSA of India is like the right-hand man of the PM in all foreign policy matters and security matters. This office was newly created in the late 1990s under Prime Minister Vajpayee. Since then, the NSA has played a critical role in India's foreign policy and security policy. All the national security advisors who are chosen by the respective prime ministers, they have played a key role in guiding the prime minister in our foreign policy and security policy. That's why you'll always see Ajit Doval, the current NSA, accompanying the prime minister on every important foreign visit, on every important foreign engagement, right? The PM will be accompanied by the foreign minister, foreign secretary, and the NSA. The NSA plays a critical role in our foreign policy. First, we had Brajesh Mishra, the first NSA of India under Vajpayee. Then Manmohan Singh had 3 NSAs. J.N. Dikshit from IFS, he was a foreign secretary of India. Then M.K. Narayanan, the director of Intelligence Bureau from IPS, Indian Police Service, right? He was a career intelligence officer. Then Shiv Shankar Menon, again a foreign secretary of India from the IFS. These are 3 NSAs of Manmohan Singh who played a key role in India's foreign policy and security policy. Now under Modi, we have Ajit Doval, also a director of IB from the IPS, right? So NSAs play a critical role through the National Security Council. They provide intelligence and strategic inputs. There are several intelligence agencies in India. The armed forces have their own intelligence agencies. IB, NTRO, RAW, they all pool their intelligence into the NSC, the National Security Council, from where NSA provides inputs to the PM. So the National Security Council plays a critical role in drafting and in prioritizing India's foreign policy and national interests. Then even the concerned cabinet ministries and the ministers, even they play a role. Depending on the issue, the concerned ministries and the concerned cabinet ministers also provide key inputs. For example, if India is participating in the Climate Change Convention, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change plays a key role. If you are negotiating a free trade agreement, right, or participating in WTO negotiations, Finance Ministry, Commerce Ministry, Industry Ministry, Agriculture Ministry, they all play a key role and provide critical inputs. These are the state actors playing a role in our foreign policy. State actor means a government agency, a government organization, right? A government ministry or a department or an agency. They are referred to as state actors. So from Prime Minister's office to External Affairs Ministry, intelligence agencies, armed forces, defense ministry, National Security Council, and concerned ministries, they are all the state actors influencing our foreign policy. Apart from state actors, we also have non-state actors, that is non-government entities, which also influence foreign policy. For example, pressure groups and think tanks. A pressure group essentially is like a lobbying group, right? Groups with certain common interests, they would have formed their own organizations or associations. They could put pressure on the government, try to influence the government. For example, industry associations representing Indian industry like ASSOCHAM, NASSCOM, right? Then CII, the Confederation of Indian Industries. They collectively represent the voice of the Indian industry. So when India is negotiating at WTO or at any global platform, or when we are negotiating a free trade agreement, industry association gives its inputs and exerts a certain influence and pressure on the government. Similarly, environmental groups, trade unions, farmers organizations, even they can influence the government and put pressure on the government to protect their interests, right? Even NGOs, non-government organizations involved in social work, right? Organizations involved in environmental issues, human rights, democratic principles. All these non-government organizations can play a role in influencing the government. The media, including social media, plays a critical role. Newspapers, TV channels, right? Radio, social media, and the internet. That is what frames public opinion, right? The public in general play a role, directly or indirectly, right? By adding pressure and influence on the government. Is that clear? So, along with these pressure groups, even think tanks like ORF, ITSA, and others, they conduct expert research. They bring out policies and they draft ideas which are suggested to the government, which become key inputs to the government. Then you also have other non-state actors who are hostile. See, all the other non-state actors are fine. Media, then industry association, farmer organization, environmental groups, NGOs, think tanks, they all exert a positive influence. But you can have hostile non-state actors exerting a negative influence, like terrorist groups, pirates, criminal cartels, organized criminal cartels, cyber criminals, cyber terrorists, then money laundering cartels. Such hostile non-state entities also influence foreign policy. For example, a terror group like Lashkar-e-Toiba, if it carries out a terror attack on India, it will influence our policy towards Pakistan because Pakistan has sheltered these terrorist groups, right? So all these non-state entities play a role, both positive and negative role. So they provide the inputs needed. They exert the pressure and influence on the government. But finally, the big decisions are made by the Prime Minister himself or herself. The PM plays a direct role where their personal traits and characteristics are reflected in our foreign policy. The MEA leads and implements our foreign policy on a day-to-day basis. So this is the decision-making structure and the organizational structure with regard to our foreign policy. So here, before I end this chapter, I would like to make a very important point. All the prime ministers have made a big contribution to India's foreign policy. This will keep coming up in our discussion throughout our classes. Is that clear? Now, this discussion has to be apolitical. We have to keep aside our political biases. In fact, as UPSC aspirants, you have to leave your political affiliation, religious affiliation, even your caste affiliation. You become anonymous. Your affiliations, personal biases do not matter. You cannot bring them into your exam and as a future bureaucrat or a diplomat. This is very, very important. You have to remain neutral. You are not serving a party or a leader. You are serving the government, the elected government, elected by the people. You're serving the constitution. So in the class as well, I'll ensure that this discussion will be apolitical. We will talk about the role of Prime Minister Nehru, Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, Narasimha Rao, Gujral, Vajpayee, Manmohan Singh, and Prime Minister Modi. Please don't forget, they're all human beings. They have achieved a lot. They have seen a lot of success. They have made immense contribution to our foreign policy. And just like any human being, they have a set of failures as well. From Nehru to Modi, they have contributed immensely. They have seen a lot of success, which defines our foreign policy today. And from Nehru to Modi, they've all seen failures. They've all failed as well in several critical issues. So we have to discuss this in an unbiased manner. Doesn't matter which party they belong to. It is immaterial for us in this discussion. So I expect the same neutrality from all of you, right? Not just in the class, but in the exam as well. Understood? So throughout our chapters, we will keep discussing the contribution of Nehru, the failure of Nehru, the contribution of Indira Gandhi, contribution of Vajpayee, contribution of Modi, failure of Modi, right? Everything will come up. You can't take this personally, right? Keep your affiliations aside. We are in a professional class, in an academic class where everything has to be discussed in a apolitical manner. I'm sure most of you will agree with this as well, right? So when we discuss India, Pakistan, when we discuss Kashmir conflict, India, China, when we discuss the current issues, many of these topics will come up. So we will analyze and assess the role of prime ministers in an unbiased manner without considering which party they belong to. That is immaterial for us. As I told you, every prime minister has made an immense contribution. You can't ignore or dismiss that. Every prime minister has seen failures, right? You can't cover them up. So let's discuss this as neutrally as possible so that it is relevant for the exam. Those points will come up either in your mains or in the interview. So you cannot display your political affiliation in your exam. Is that clear? So this completes my detailed discussion of the first chapter, the syllabus and the basic introduction of some important concepts. Now, if you have any questions, any doubts related to it, please let me know. I'll answer all of them for a few minutes. And then we'll start with the next chapter, that is India and its neighborhood. As I told you, in this chapter, we will focus on the South Asia region. We will cover all the neighboring countries of India. The flags are provided here, from Bhutan to Nepal to China to Sri Lanka, Pakistan, right? Maldives, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Afghanistan. All these neighboring countries will be discussed in detail. We'll start one by one. All right. Before we start, I want to have a small discussion today on the South Asia region. We'll get an overview of India's neighborhood and then proceed with each country. Before that, let me know your questions, your doubts related to the first chapter. I'll be more than happy to answer them. Garvit says, Sir said 5,000 kilometers. I think you're referring to Navik. I know why you're asking that. Navik's range is 1,500 kilometers around India, right? If you take the total square area, it comes to around 5,000 kilometers around India. Prasanna is asking, please tell about NTRO. NTRO is India's Technical Intelligence Agency. It stands for National Technical Research Organization. It's like the NSA of the US, the National Security Agency of the US. NTRO is a technical agency of India, intelligence agency of India. It can intercept all kinds of communication, from mobile phones to emails to the entire internet traffic, even satellite communication can be intercepted by NTRO. It was set up after the Kargil war. Initially, it was under RAW. It was one of the organs of RAW, functioning as the technical intelligence wing of RAW. Recently, it has been separated. It has been made a standalone intelligence agency focusing on technical intelligence. It directly reports to the National Security Advisor today. So please have this basic knowledge about intelligence agencies. RAW, or Research and Analysis Wing, is our foreign intelligence agency focusing on foreign operations. IB, Intelligence Bureau, is our domestic intelligence agency focusing on domestic intelligence operations within India, right? Within India's borders. NTRO is a technical intelligence agency intercepting all communications. Armed forces have their own intelligence agencies. Like army has military intelligence, navy has naval intelligence, air force has air intelligence. Is that clear? So like this, we have multiple intelligence agencies. They play a big role in international relations. Next, a student is asking, will dynamic portion be also covered in these modules? Yes. Current affairs, the recent developments of the last few years will be discussed. I'll ensure the discussions are as up to date as possible. All right. But after the classes end, then it becomes your responsibility to stay in touch with current affairs. But in the classes, I'll ensure it is as up to date as possible. Sakshi and Deepshika have a similar question. Sir, how to manage time? How to read current affairs from so many sources? There are other subjects as well. How to manage time? See, this is about strategizing. Now, of course, you have other subjects. You have your optional, you have other GS subjects, you have current affairs. So, what you do is that you should have a timetable. Every day, set aside 2 or maybe 3 hours for current affairs. When I say current affairs, not just for IR, current affairs for everything. That is your newspaper, your online reading and research, making notes for current affairs, everything. In 2 to 3 hours, set aside that time just for current affairs, right? Current affairs is a consistent part of your preparation. It is something you do on a daily basis. You can't compromise on that. So, be it current affairs from polity, from economy, from international relations, you will cover every topic. Rest allocated for GS and your optional paper, right? Divide time accordingly. Set some time aside. Ensure you stick to it. Keep monthly targets. Break it down into weekly targets and daily targets. Give some time for weekly and monthly revision. Is that clear? Have a quarterly target. How much syllabus you'll complete in 3 months? How many revisions will you carry out? This is an exercise that every student has to do on their own, right? Again, this can't be spoon fed. A timetable can't be given to you. That will not work. Your style of reading, understanding will be different from other students. So you have to sit, understand your strength and weakness, and make a timetable for yourself. If you're weak in some subjects, give it more time. If you're weak in current affairs, give it more time. Make a timetable like this, a long-term timetable and a short-term timetable, and ensure that you follow, you stick to it. So if you do this, then you can allocate enough time for current affairs and static portion and for all the subjects as well. Saurabh is asking, sir, what actually is global south? Not all countries are in south and not all south countries are in it. Very confusing. Okay, let me explain this term. Saurabh is referring to global north and the global south. These terms are frequently used in international relations. You find the terms in newspapers as well. In fact, India recently held a Global South Summit. So, what do you mean by these terms, Global North and Global South? They definitely don't refer to directions. They don't refer to geographical north and geographical south. Please get that right. This is a term used in geopolitics. Global north refers to developed, industrialized countries, primarily the Western countries. So, all your European countries, US, Canada, Japan, Australia, right, even South Korea to an extent, they all fall under the developed, industrialized category. So, these developed countries, right, these are advanced economies. They have different economic interests, different geopolitical interests. So, they are collectively referred to as the global north. On the other hand, global south refers to developing and underdeveloped countries. All the developing emerging economies like India, Brazil, South Africa, Indonesia, Turkey, right? Saudi Arabia, UAE, and all the small poor countries, underdeveloped nations, small island countries like Bangladesh, then Maldives, Fiji, African countries, South American countries, they all fall under this bracket, the global south. This is the primary difference. It does not refer to northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere. It does not refer to the direction north and south. It's referring to developed nations on one side, the global north, and developing underdeveloped nations on the other side, that is the global south. Since they have differences in their priorities, it leads to a conflict between them. Usually, developed countries from global north, they they push their policies, their interests on the global south countries. This affects our interests of developing nations and underdeveloped nations. So we collectively organize with all the south countries. India being a south country, we cooperate with other south countries to form a collective group, and this is called south south cooperation. When India invests in Bangladesh, when India supports Maldives at UN, when India, Brazil together take a joint stand at Climate Change Convention, all these are examples of South-South cooperation, where South countries are cooperating with each other, working together, creating a common position. All right? This is what you should understand with regard to Global North and Global South. Binod is asking how to relate political science with IR. You don't have to do that. International relations here in GS paper 2 is a general subject. You don't have to bring theories from political science here. That's not necessary. There are some concepts, I'll introduce you to them later, but you don't have to focus on political science theories. That is for your optional paper, not for general studies. Difference between RAW and NIA. NIA is a law enforcement agency enforcing the NIA Act and UAPA. It's the primary anti-terror agency of India, investigating all terror cases. Whereas RAW is an intelligence agency, collecting intelligence, running covert operations. Right? So please understand the difference between an intelligence agency and a law enforcement agency. NIA is law enforcement, like your police, like the CBI. NIA has the power to file a case, register FIR, investigate the case, collect evidence, arrest the accused, and take the case for prosecution in a court. Intelligence agencies cannot do that. They don't have those powers. RAW and IB, they can't arrest people. They can't file cases, investigate cases. They work secretly. They are covert organizations. They secretly run their operations, collect intelligence. Is that clear? So that is a basic difference between intelligence and law enforcement agencies like RAW and NIA. Priyanshu is asking why East Africa is our priority. East Africa is a priority for many reasons. One, East Africa has been historically close to India. Since ancient times, we have had very close trading cultural relations with East Africa. Even today, you have a strong Indian community in East African countries. In Kenya, in Tanzania, right? You find a strong Indian community there. Plus, East Africa faces the Indian Ocean, right? Indian Ocean is critical for India's stability. So any country that opens to Indian Ocean becomes crucial for us. Be it a Southeast Asian country, be it Australia, be it West Asian countries or East African countries. They are all part of the broad Indian Ocean, right? And our future, our stability, our destiny is linked to the Indian Ocean. So East Africa becomes important. In East Africa, there are terror groups, pirate groups that threaten shipping in the Indian Ocean. These terrorist groups and pirate groups are a threat to India as well, right? East African countries have a lot of resources. They have natural resources, which is crucial for India. For all these reasons, East Africa is important for Indian foreign policy. Okay, last question. Vaishna is asking, is India's primary area of strategic interest a constant or dynamic? As of now, it is constant. From the last few decades, our primary area of interest has remained constant. Maybe once we become a much larger economy with greater military power, then definitely our area of focus will increase. In the last 30 years itself, it has increased, right? If you go back and see our approach in 1990s, early 2000, we were mainly focused on just Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea, and parts of Indian Ocean. Today, we are more focused on Pacific, right? We are sending our naval ships into South China Sea, to Japan, to Australia, to Egypt, to European countries. So slowly and gradually, our area of interest will keep increasing as our economy and military strength will keep growing, right? So it's not a sudden increase. It'll change incrementally in a step-by-step manner. With the growth of the country, our area of interest will also keep growing. All right. So these are the questions. Now let's proceed to the next chapter, that is South Asia, which is India's neighborhood. Let's get a brief overview of South Asia region. Please concentrate on this map. It is depicting the South Asia region where India is located. You can see all the neighboring countries of India. You can see Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bangladesh, Bhutan. You can see Nepal, Pakistan. We consider Afghanistan as a neighbor because we claim the entire part of Jammu and Kashmir, which is the correct position, because Pakistan has illegally occupied these areas. So to reiterate our position, we have to show that India shares a border with Afghanistan. So Afghanistan is also a neighboring country, right? Technically speaking, according to the official stand of the government of India, the erstwhile state of J&K, as it existed in 1947, entirely belongs to India. This includes Pakistan occupied Kashmir and Aksai Chin, which is under Chinese occupation. So since that is the claim of India, we depict that on map as well, which means India shares a border with Afghanistan near the Wakhan corridor. This narrow patch of Afghanistan, this is the Wakhan corridor. So Afghanistan is also treated as a neighboring country of India. We see Afghanistan as part of South Asia itself. All right. So these are the South Asian neighbors of India. The other two neighbors, which are not part of South Asia, includes China. China is largely seen as a Indo-Pacific power, as an East Asian country. Then Myanmar over here, another important neighbor. It is a Southeast Asian country. So this is India's neighborhood. Is that clear? The highlighted countries are the South Asian countries: Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh. These are South Asian countries. The other two neighbors, China and Myanmar, they are part of East Asia and Southeast Asia. Now, if you look at this region, if you look at this neighborhood, this immediate neighborhood of India, and if you think of our relations with these countries, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Let me know in the comments. When you think of India-Pakistan relations, India-China relations, when you think of the situation, current situation in Afghanistan, when you think of ethnic war in Sri Lanka, when you think of our ties with Nepal, our ties with Myanmar and the situation in Myanmar, what is the first thing, one major thing that strikes to your mind? Please let me know in the comments. Tensions, unstable region, security problems, volatility, terrorism, conflicts and instability, hostility, non-friendly countries. Very good. The first thing that comes to our mind when we think of our neighboring countries is the word tensions, conflicts, rivalries, non-friendly relations. Correct? This is not an exaggeration. You guys are right. Your thought, your opinion is absolutely correct. Today, the region is disrupted. The region is unstable. There is widespread extremism, communal polarization, and terrorism. There are multiple border disputes. The region has seen many wars and conflicts. There are ethnic divisions. The region has seen civil wars. It has seen multiple refugee crises. This is what comes to our mind when we think of our neighborhood. Now, how can India grow? How can India be stable when we are located in such an unstable neighborhood? South Asia, according to many strategic experts, is one of the most volatile regions in the world. It's comparable to West Asia and Africa with regard to its instability and volatility. Because there are active border disputes, there are conflicts, wars, terrorism, then communal and ethnic divides going on constantly. There have been military coups, there have been multiple economic crises. So, in such a unstable region, how can India thrive? How can India grow? Whatever happens here will affect us directly, right? In many of these conflicts, we are involved. In many of these distress situations, India is directly involved. We are a party to many border disputes. We have fought many wars with our neighbors. We are accused of involvement in the internal affairs of other countries. So, why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is South Asia so unstable today? That is the question we need to answer. Was it always like this? Let's say we go back in history, we go back in time, we go to medieval times, ancient times. Was it always like this? Was this region always so unstable, backward, and poor? South Asia is also known for its poverty, for its backwardness, for its lack of education, healthcare, hygiene, and sanitation. Right? That is how we see South Asia today in the last few decades. But historically, the region was not like this. If you go back to historical times, this region was part of one of the most ancient, progressive, thriving civilizations. That is the Indian civilization. I'm not talking about India, the country that we live in today. The concept of nation state came much later. The concept of nationality, the very country of India, came much later. Countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, they all came later. They are all modern, right? Historically, this was the Indian civilization. I'm talking about the civilization around the Indus Valley that dominated the subcontinent. From today's Afghanistan and Central Asia, all the way till Sri Lanka, Maldives, till Myanmar, till Tibet. This was all part of one ancient, thriving civilization, that is the Indian civilization. There are many common factors that actually bind us together. Is that clear? If you look at the ethnic profile and religious profile of the region, right? There are many common things we share with each other. We are not very different. Today we might be hostile, we might have rivalries, but in the past, right, we were basically the same people. Even today we are basically the same people. Now you put an Indian next to a Pakistani, next to a Sri Lankan and a Bangladeshi, we all look pretty much the same. We all pretty much eat the same food, celebrate the same festivals, wear the same kind of clothes, right? Our culture, our tradition is pretty much the same. It all comes from the ancient Indian civilization. So a region with such a civilizational history today has been divided and broken. This is the birthplace of multiple religions. All your non-Abrahamic religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, took birth here. Abrahamic religions which came to India, to the Indian civilization, like Islam and Christianity and Judaism, even they have thrived. They have been adopted. They became part of the Indian society and Indian culture. This has been a land of tolerance and secularism from the very beginning. Is that clear? It has been a prosperous region as well. There have been many mighty empires. The Mauryan Empire, the Mughal Empire, right? The Vijayanagara kingdom, the Marathas, and many, many more. This has been a land where civilizations have thrived. There has been advancement in science and technology, advancement in maths, in architecture, in art, and even economically, it was one of the richest regions in the world. Is that clear? So, there are a lot of common identities that bind us together. We might speak many different languages. We might follow different gods and different faiths, right? We might have different customs, but there are many things that bind us together. These bonds are historical, right? Today we have drawn these imaginary boundaries dividing the region. So, what really happened here? Even if you look at the geography of the region, historically, South Asia was bounded, closed, and cut off from the rest of the world. Please look at the map. If you look at this region, towards the west, towards Afghanistan, Pakistan, today's Afghanistan, Pakistan, it was largely a desert area. The subcontinent surrounded by water on all three sides, and the towering Himalayas blocking off the subcontinent from rest of the world. Thick forests in the east that had cut off Indian civilization from the rest of Asia. So historically, in ancient medieval times, the region was bound. Internally, it was contiguous, but externally, we were largely cut off. Correct? We were largely unknown to the outside world. You had the towering Himalayan mountains like a wall, like a barrier to the north. The waters on three sides, Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal, and Indian Ocean. Dense, thick forests and jungles and mountains to the east. Dry desert areas to the west of Indus. Right? Possibly this was the only land connection connecting us with the Greeks, Romans, and the rest, with the Persians and the others. But in general, the region was largely cut off. It was bound. Internally, it was contiguous. Internally, we didn't have major geographical barriers or divides. So as a result, one civilization thrived, right? They might be under different empires, following different religions, speaking different languages, but eventually, all the people were part of one ancient civilization. Today, if this region has become so divided, there has to be some reason, right? Today, there is large scale communal divide in Pakistan, in India, in Bangladesh, in Afghanistan, where minorities are persecuted and targeted. In several countries, there are large scale ethnic linguistic divides. We have caste based discrimination, right? We have standing border disputes, wars, and terrorism and extremism. And trust me, all of this, all these problems, they have a common origin, right? Many experts agree on this. It's not my personal opinion. If South Asia is so divided, if the geopolitics of South Asia is so volatile today, right? If the civilizational unity and heritage has been broken and divided, for all of this, there is one common reason. Can you guys think of that? Can someone tell me what could be that one common reason? You're absolutely correct. Some of you are getting the right answer. It is British colonialism. It is colonialism in general, the colonial imperial European powers which colonized the Indian subcontinent, particularly the British. Because see, the colonial powers, they looted our wealth. They took away our resources. From one of the richest civilizations, we became the poorest. From a self-sufficient civilization, we became a dependent country, right? Because our wealth, our resources were looted. Indian resources powered the industrial revolution of Europe. Indian men, in general, Indian resources powered the world wars, right? India's wealth was drained. Our agriculture, our native industries, cottage industries, handicrafts, They were broken and destroyed by the British, right? They took the wealth, they took the raw materials, powered their industrialization, and they deindustrialized India, right? When I say India, again, I'm not referring to today's India, not just the country of India. I'm referring to the Indian civilization. So India as a civilization was deindustrialized. We were an industrialized economy. We were deindustrialized. And Europe became industrialized because our wealth, our raw materials were looted. That is what powered their growth, their rise. There was oppression in India, right? There was large scale discrimination by the colonial rule. And eventually, to regain their authority, to maintain their control over the subcontinent, which was their prized colony, they started dividing communities. Many colonial blunders were committed during the colonial rule. To perpetuate colonial rule, because India was their prized colony, from where they were getting the maximum resources, men, and material, which was powering their rise. At any cost, the British could not lose control. When our freedom movement started, right, in different pockets, they had to cut the resistance, right? When the first war of Indian independence happened in 1857, that taught a lesson to the British that if they don't divide the society on religious lines, communal lines, on caste-based lines, on linguistic lines, regional lines, they can never control the region. They can never counter the national movement, the freedom movement which had begun. So the British began a deliberate policy of divide and rule, dividing communities on different social lines, exploiting the social divides. After completing the economic destruction of India, they carried out the social destruction of India's social fabric. They drove a wedge between Hindus and Muslims. They created a divide between various ethnic groups and castes, and that is how they held on to their power for many more decades. This policy of divide and rule broke the cultural unity, introduced radicalism and extremism, causing rigid strains of nationalism and communal hatred to take root in the subcontinent. Is that clear? It's not just one religion or one ethnic group or one community to be blamed. Extremist forces on all the sides were encouraged by the British, be it amongst Hindus or Muslims or other ethnic groups, right? The British would deliberately encourage these divides. Take Sri Lanka, for example. The ethnic divide, the civil war in Sri Lanka, is a direct result of British colonial policies. You'll understand this under India Sri Lanka chapter. I'll explain that in detail. How the British divided the Tamils and the Sinhalas. The Rohingya crisis, problems in Myanmar, has a colonial root, a colonial origin. The Kashmir dispute between India and Pakistan, right? The partition, the communal violence, the large-scale communal polarization, both in India and Pakistan and in Bangladesh, is a result of communal hatred induced by the British, supported, encouraged by the British. They encouraged extremist forces on both the sides. The border dispute with Nepal, border dispute with China, they all have a colonial origin. So most of the problems in South Asia can be traced back to colonial blunders. The poverty, the backwardness, right? Everything has a colonial origin. So this is one important point I wanted to make before we start with the first country, that is India, Nepal, followed by India, Bhutan. As part of our discussion on South Asia, I will be first starting with the Himalayan region. Within South Asia, I'll focus on the Himalayan belt. We will focus on our Himalayan neighbors, that is Nepal, followed by Bhutan. So I hope all the topics we have discussed today is clear. I hope you guys have understood them well. Let us just get a basic introduction to India's relations with Nepal, and after that we can end the session for today. We have covered a number of important topics, right? So let's get a small introduction to India, Nepal, and we can resume this discussion tomorrow. So as I told you, When we discuss the neighboring countries, I will be discussing them in detail. We'll discuss the civilizational relationship. We'll talk about pre-independence ties and post-independence relations. We'll discuss the entire background of last 70 years and then discuss contemporary issues and contemporary developments. Is that clear? Since neighboring countries are very crucial in our foreign policy, UPSC will focus on such in-depth topics. Got it? So you need an in-depth understanding of our relations with neighbors, and this will lay the foundation for you to understand the other topics as well. So if you look at Nepal, Nepal is a key Himalayan neighbor for India. Even though it's a small country, it is extremely important for India, mainly because of its strategic location. Please see where Nepal is located. It is sandwiched between two large Asian rivals, that is India and China. Nepal is this small Himalayan state sandwiched between the two biggest Asian powers, China and India. Is that clear? Given the border dispute between India and China, the war that India China have fought in 1962, and the ongoing border tensions and standoffs, countries like Nepal, which are present in between, they become very, very important. They have a strategic location as far as India is concerned. The same goes for Bhutan. Bhutan is also a small Himalayan kingdom sandwiched between India and China. Is that clear? It is this strategic location of Nepal and as well as Bhutan which makes them very critical for India despite their small size. They are very small countries, right? Economically, they don't contribute much to India. But still, these countries are very crucial in our foreign policy because of their strategic location and the civilizational historical ties we have with these countries. Now, please look at the map and identify the Indian states that share a border with Nepal. Such map-based exercises can be very important for your prelims. UPSC can ask a geography question asking you to point out the Indian states which share an international border with Nepal, right? The same question can come for Pakistan or China or Myanmar, Bhutan, and Bangladesh. So you should be familiar with these countries with whom we share a land boundary. You should know which Indian states share the international border with a particular neighboring country. So with Nepal, it is Uttarakhand to the west, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar to the south, then West Bengal and Sikkim to the east. These are the border states. To the north of Nepal, you have Tibet, which is part of China today. China annexed Tibet, the Kingdom of Tibet, in 1950. Today's China, the PRC, the People's Republic of China, it aggressively expanded its territory. Is that clear? China expanded its territory through annexation, through force. It occupied Tibet in 1950, and since then Tibet has been a part of China. So Tibet is present to the north of Nepal. That is, China essentially is the northern neighbor, whereas India surrounds Nepal to the west, south, and east. Got it? That's one very, very important point. Then if you look at the geography of Nepal, since we are going to study geopolitics of the region, you have to study and understand the geography of Nepal thoroughly. If you look at Nepal and its terrain, the north of Nepal is dominated by the Himalayan mountains. North and central Nepal is where you find the mighty towering Himalayan mountains. The region is also called the Pahadi region. Right? Pahadi refers to mountains, mountainous area. Of course, this is contiguous with the Himalayan mountains in Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, and Sikkim. So this part of Himalayas in the north and central parts of Nepal is the Pahadi region. This is where you find a set of people known as the Pahadis or the Pahadi community. The Pahadis of Nepal, they've always been rich and influential politically, economically, socially. They are like the creme of the society. They are the upper layers of the Nepali society. They've always been very close to the Nepali kingdom. I hope you know that Nepal was a kingdom, was a monarchy until recently. Just like Tibet, just like Sikkim, Bhutan, all these Himalayan regions were kingdoms, monarchies. Even today, Bhutan is a monarchy. Is that clear? So, Nepal was also a kingdom. It was a monarchy until recently, and it was also a theological state. It was the only Hindu state in the world. Theological state means a country has officially adopted a religion, right? For example, you have few Islamic emirates, Islamic republics, like Pakistan, for example. Those countries that have an official state religion, right? They are theocracies or theological states. So Nepal was a theological state where Hindu religion was the state religion. It was a monarchy. It was a kingdom ruled by the Rana clan, the Rana dynasty. It was recently that Nepal has transitioned into a secular democratic republic. All right, it was in 2006, 2007. That is when Nepal made a transition towards a secular democratic republic. Until then, it was a theological monarchy. So, understanding the geography, the social, political systems is very important. Just the basics. All right. So, Pahadis, the Pahadi people, the Pahadi community found in the Himalayan ranges, they have always been close to the monarchy, to the Rana dynasty. So, they have been rich and very influential. Even today, if you look at any political party in Nepal, be it Nepali Congress, the Communist Party of Nepal, in all these political parties, in the government, in the armed forces, it's the Pahadis who are dominant. Pahadis are the dominant class. Even in business, right? The Pahadis are dominant class. Towards the south of Nepal, this region, this is the plains of Nepal. The plains of Nepal is known as the Terai belt or the Terai region. This extends into UP and Bihar as well. It's part of the Gangetic Plain. Got it? There are many transboundary rivers that we share with each other. There are several rivers, the Ganga and its tributaries, that flow down from Nepal to India, which means water sharing can become a diplomatic issue, right? There are multiple transboundary rivers cutting across from Nepal to India, and the plains of Nepal extends into UP and Bihar, and this plain region is called the Terai region, the Terai belt. In the Terai belt, you find a native community called the Mades people or the Madesis. The Mades people or the Madesis are the natives of the Terai region. And the interesting part is that they share familial links, familial connection with families on the Indian side in UP and Bihar. The Mades families of Nepal's Terai, they are connected through marriage to Indian families in UP and Bihar along the border region. Along the border areas here, in the border villages, marital ties are established. Madesis, they marry into Indian families. So there is a close marital familial link between Madesis of Nepal and the border villages of UP and Bihar. This is a very, very strong cultural connection, right? So there is a strong geographical connect because of the Himalayan mountains, the Terai belt, and the transboundary rivers. And there is a strong cultural connect because of the Madhesis. And don't forget the historical civilizational link offered through Hinduism and Buddhism. Both are prominent religions, right? In ancient medieval times, Nepal was essentially a part of the Indian civilization itself. There are many important Hindu and Buddhist pilgrimage sites that binds us together. Our culture, our tradition is pretty much the same, and it acts as a strong binding factor in the modern relations between India and Nepal. Since centuries, Nepalis have come to India, right? Indians have gone to Nepal. These boundaries didn't exist. Of course, Nepal kingdom was there, but nothing stopped the people from interacting. You have very strong people to people relations. That is what you should understand. We have very strong cultural relations because of the religious connect through Hinduism and Buddhism. There are sacred Hindu pilgrimage sites, Buddhist pilgrimage sites. In fact, Lord Gautam Buddha was born at Lumbini, which is in Nepal today, right? There are other important Buddhist pilgrimage sites in India, in UP, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, etc., which are all connected to Lord Buddha's life. Similarly, many important Hindu pilgrimage sites are in Nepal, which is a close connect for India. Hindu pilgrims visit Nepal regularly. Buddhist pilgrims pay respects at both the sites in India and Nepal, right? So there is a very strong cultural link, a civilizational link, and strong people to people relations. Nepalis come to India for education, for employment, for livelihood. Is that clear? There are familial marital links between Madhesis and border villages of UP and Bihar. There are many Indian businessmen who invest in the country, who invest in Nepal, right? Nepalis depend on India's economy. So, in short, there is a strong geographical cultural connection. All right. So, this is where I would like to stop for today. And tomorrow we will resume the discussion. There are many more important points that we discuss tomorrow. We'll understand the historical relationship, the political ties, economic ties, and other related issues. We'll also try to cover India Bhutan in tomorrow's class. So today, let's stop over here. I hope it was a good session. I hope you guys have liked it. Do let me know in the comments, right, how it went, any changes, any feedback, any recommendations. Do let me know. And that is it for today. Let's meet tomorrow. I'll see you again. Till then, take care. Have a good night.